Continuous improvement.
Good. Hi, Sarah. How are you this morning?
Morning. Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, thank you. Great dinner with everybody last night. I will say that I'm very appreciative that everybody joined us last night for dinner. Heather had a concert for one of her sons, and she's a proud mama this morning. He did a great job. So we appreciate the commissioner joining us and everybody joining us for dinner last night. Good conversation, great dinner, really good dinner. So we'll do roll call. We have Jason and Sarah on the virtual. Carl? Here. Judy?
Here.
Dean? Here. Roberta?
Here.
Julie?
Here.
Kim?
Here.
Alicia? Here. Super. So we are going to get started, and we'll start with Cornell. I'm going to break them up a little bit so we have some time in between to think on the Cornell ones and digest. We do have some budget modifications at the end of the morning. I don't know exactly how many. I kind of paged through them there, but we will do them at the end of our meeting, and we will discuss our other things in June, right? And also, just so Carl knows, and Jason, at the end of the day, Jason and Sarah won't be able to join us, unfortunately, or maybe they can, but we're going to do a milk toast for Carl, Kim, and Sarah as they're leaving the board after today, correct? Pretty much. So we're sad to see him go, but totally understand the situations. Carl told me this morning his 3-year-olds are all over. They're 3. That's right. So, but we're sad to see them all go, and definitely, and excited to some of the applicants. We're excited about all the applicants that have put in for the option to become board members for the commissioners to look at and think about. So with that, Nicole is going to get us started this morning, and she's got some news for us, which we're happy to hear. And
well, maybe you all know already. I didn't,
I saw it someplace.
Oh, all right. Yeah, it's not a secret at this point, but Sam has decided to stay with IDFA in his role there. So I've taken over as director of the Cornell Dairy Food Center. And that was as of November. So this is the first time I've seen you guys since that happened. So I'm stepping in for, as you know, last year, Carmen was the interim director. And I'm going to step in and give the presentation for her on the technology transfer. I see there's a typo on this slide. So I think she mentioned it, but we've rebranded the Dairy Center. So you guys have always known it as the Northeast Dairy Foods Research Center, which is what it was named in 1987 when DMI established the research center. So we're one of 6. And over the summer, we decided to rebrand this as the Cornell Dairy Food Center because this really represents what this center is. Originally, it was a collaboration between the University of Vermont and Cornell. The University of Vermont hasn't done dairy foods research in a number of years as a core competency. So Cornell Dairy Foods Center is to the point. Okay, oops. So just a reminder on the mission of the Dairy Food Center: conduct research and activities to help expand utilization of milk and dairy ingredients, enhance the quality, safety, and sustainability of dairy foods, educate and support the dairy workforce, and seed dairy innovation and entrepreneurship. So the goals of the tech transfer project, we are directing dairy industry outreach and tech connection, collaborative multi-dairy stakeholder outreach to support this innovation and workforce pipeline, providing dairy processors, dairy processing and microbiology tech support, and provide emergency support and response. So in 2025, we had our annual meeting, 95 attendees. We had many dairy companies present. We mentioned this at the pitch in September, but we didn't have a lot of farmers present at this meeting. We know this is a tough time of year for farmers to come, but we really want to get that message out. So in January of this year, I did hold a producer focused meeting. I'll probably modify the approach to this in the future. But I'm sort of a get in and start and then pivot if I need to kind of person. So we did get that done in January and I was happy with the outcome. We've done industry outreach at a number of different relevant meetings and then have taken a number of calls from industry, media inquiries from a lot of different organizations, and then continue to run an office hours program. All right, and I'm going to turn it over to Sam. I don't know if I went over my 5 minutes. I'm going to try to do better at keeping track of time, but it looks like we're actually a little better time.
So, just so the board knows, we just talked as the presentations go through, we'll probably try to ask questions as they get done if you have them instead of wait all the way to the end. That's all right.
So any questions?
Congratulations.
Okay, thanks.
Congrats. Yeah, and just as Nicole noted, so I've decided to stay on at the American Career Foods Association as their Vice President of Regulatory and Scientific Affairs. I will still hold an adjunct professor role at Cornell University. So as far as the projects, I'm still meeting with students monthly, though they are now assigned another graduate mentor. So Amber, who's working on this one, is with Nicole, and some of the other students are also with another professor, Pat Gibney, that have the expertise to kind of inform the research day to day that they're doing for these projects. So that is continuously going on. So we're there, manage that, and keeping that.
I have a quick question. So were you happy to hear the guy say yesterday or the other day at the NEDIC meeting? Gary's going into alcohol more?
Darius, you're right. Yeah.
He did say that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did talk a little bit about that.
He
Yeah,
talked about
yeah,
that. I'm thinking, looking around for Sam. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, Sam's
yeah.
jumping up down for joy.
alcohol, bioethanol. Yeah, it's starting to happen. So it started here, right? So
It started
that's
here.
right. So it's all good. Yeah, that was a good meeting. And then, but I'll keep going on. And if there are any other questions, I'm happy to answer on the side. But the in-packaged pasteurization milk. So the idea here was that we were looking to see if and let's see if the next slide shows it. You know, we have these challenges with post-pasteurization contamination of milk with the way we now traditionally bottle. So the idea was, well, what if we bottled the milk first and then we pasteurize it in package as is done in some other beverage categories. So we were looking at establishing the parameters for processing, then evaluating the milk that was put in there, and then eventually doing some also economic analysis based on the results of the quality and sensory testing here. And so what you'll see here, if the picture comes up, you can see that these are the packaged milk products. So we have done tested in both plastic and in glass. The plastic has some challenges as far as the heat. The glass seems to be the best package that maintains the integrity of the milk through the process, at least that we have at Cornell. And then what you see here is the microbial data now that we're in the middle of doing shelf life studies and sensory studies. And what you can see is that the in-packaged pasteurized milk is performing well compared to the HTST milk as far as microbial stability. But we're not seeing huge gains there. So we're going to understand what that actually means. But the progress is moving along quite well. Amber has been handling a lot of trials between Ithaca, all right, which is where we have the milk, and then Geneva, which is where we have the pasteurizer for in-packaged pasteurization. But they're putting together reports, and we're going to be trying to present this at ADSA in the summer. So, and here there's the other picture I didn't know was on. You can see here's the plastic and there's the glass. So looking at the two different types of package.
Is that a steam pasteurizer?
So no, so what it does is it takes water, it heats it up, and then it sprays it over the package, and then that heat transfer heats it up. And so, you know, the base units look like this, and it only has one temperature that it uses to heat the water and heat the product. At like a large scale brewery, like where I was at Miller, you have 7 stages of temperatures that raise and lower the temperature of the glass a little bit faster. So here, we're a little bit limited in the speed of heat up and cool down. So there's a little more thermal, damage to the milk in this system. We'll have to think about as we go forward. But in a large scale operation, it's much faster to come up and come up down.
And there are large scale.
Yes,
pods,
they're
like,
huge, yeah.
already using it. But
Yeah.
not milk. Very cool.
Yeah, so it's cool, yeah. So we'll see how, there are gonna be some flavor differences and understanding how the consumers react to that it will be something to know, so. Any questions on that? Just moving along. Not, I'll go on to the 11.
Sarah does have a question.
Oh, Sarah,
She's online. Go ahead, Sarah.
unmute.
Yep, sorry, just real quick, the difference between the plastic and the glass, are you guys, with all the buzz and conversations about the PFAS and plastic and everything?
Microplast.
Yeah, how are you feeling about that? I mean, it makes the glass sound smart, but does it, I'm surprised you guys would want to be heating through plastic like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the microplastic thing is, we gotta wait and see how well they actually quantify and have standard methods to understand what it means for foods and for health. But we do have hot fill plastic packages out there. It's not uncommon in other beverage industries. So I don't think that's the biggest issue. I think that the type of plastic that we traditionally use for fluid milk is a little thinner. And so the thermal quality resistance there is a little less than some of the other ones. So there needs to be some optimization there for packaging to get this, all the way there. But from the microplastic side, I mean, I don't think we're overly exposed. And then on the bottle side, I mean, we'll see. When gas is low, it's, maybe you're fine moving with bottles, but if it's high, that extra weight is going to be a challenge. So, but again, it depends on who's using it, right? So you can imagine a small farmer who's looking for a more value-added image with glass, right? That might be the right opportunity for them, right? As opposed to a very large company. So the idea is that this technology is pretty simple to install and then for people to use based on their size. So from the
Okay.
simple system for somebody small to a advanced system for a very large company.
So
Huh?
Sam, are you? Oh, sorry, Sarah.
You good, sir?
Yep, I'm good. I'm sorry. I thought I was supposed to unmute when I'm not talking so I don't make noise. My dogs are here.
I was just wondering, are you using did you try the cream top? It's like some of the smaller processors have done like cream top
Yeah.
type of milk, or
Right.
you're just using traditionally.
We're using traditional, right? So raw milk, raw homogenized milk from it. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Sorry.
All right, Levin Dairy. So this was a small project, kind of jumping off project we had a couple years ago where we were looking at using yeast that produced lactic acid instead of bacteria that produce lactic acid to make cheeses. And so then we had made this Gouda style cheese that had a lot of good feedback, but it had a lot of fruity floral notes and not a lot of dairy notes. And so the idea was to look at a couple different yeasts, some that produce diacetyl, which is that buttery note that we see in dairy, and then also a couple that had kind of added a little bit more floral notes to see how we could balance those out. And so the students have been working on this, and where we're at is that they have done lab scale fermentations to confirm that with the yeast, they can actually get the flavors that they want, right? Noticeable diacetyl, noticeable fruitiness. And now they are working on scaling this up again in the pilot pan so that they can then do samples for people to test. But they have gone through and they've confirmed the fermentation. So this is the original, the Yoda that I like to call the yeast Gouda. And hopefully they'll be doing something else like this again with more buttery notes. And then the idea is that we would move on to a mozzarella, because also one of the studies that we did show that the meltability of this Gouda was quite different than a traditional one. It was quite meltable. So there might be some opportunities with the way that the fat incorporates into the protein matrix based on the yeast versus bacteria that might help with cheese spread and things like that. So, but right now they've done the benchtop work. They've evaluated the yeast strains, are hitting the flavors that they want. And now they need to scale up so they have product to actually do some testing. So questions on that? Moving along then. That was this is the last project, which is coming, we're a year into this one. I guess the front slide is missing, but this was a project where we were looking at making galactose-rich ingredients, okay? So again, using yeast, but in this case, to break down the lactose, ferment the glucose, and leave behind galactose, which is a low glycemic sugar, right? Everyone's talking about glycemic response. It's twice as sweet as lactose, so you need half as much of it to hit the same sweetness. And there are some potential benefits when we talk about storing energy in the body. And so it'd be great to take all this excess lactose, turn it into galactose, turn it into a powder that could then be used. And so the first year of work was really evaluating a number of yeast strains to understand how we could utilize the glucose, leave behind the galactose, but not produce a lot of extra metabolites like ethanol or organic acids, which some of the earlier yeasts that we've worked with do. And we have a yeast strain now that does not produce ethanol or lactic acid, but utilizes the glucose, leaves behind the galactose. And so all that optimization work is done. We have all the data. Students just finishing up the analysis to have the ideal conditions so that then we can start doing the fermentation and move on to the work around membrane filtration so we can concentrate that galactose and then dry it into powders. But the fermentation is there, looks great. And another cool thing about this project is that this and some of the earlier work, the student that's working on this applied for a USDA grant. And they were just funded for work, again, taking dairy waste and using these yeast fermentations to make value-added products for another 3 years. So again, that project's around 300,000. So again, just showing that what we do here funds further research down the road. So
How much decrease in post waste does that decrease by changing that into lactose and drying it?
right, I mean, so the next piece is there won't be a lot of waste. The next piece will be finding the market, right? So we're taking that excess lactose that isn't going anywhere. It all get converted into this. There'd be a little bit of yeast biomass that's left over from the fermentation that could then also be potentially used for other applications. But it's much less by volume because there's not a ton of yeast there at the bottom of the cone at the end of fermentation. So, and then it'd be developing the galactose market, right? Because it's really hard to find, commodity galactose out there because nobody's doing this yet. But I think with everything that we're hearing about, healthy sugars and what might that look like, galactose is uniquely positioned, and so is lactose. I mean, for that matter, we're talking about good, as good free sugars as we can. Those two are well positioned. So good. All right. Oh, and that's all the fermentations. But we talked high level about that.
Mhm.
All right. Well, then with that, I will pass it on to Julie.
Somebody say good sugars.
We can practice this.
Is there such a thing?
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
So I'm Julie. You've met Patrick previously, the postdoc funded on this work. My collaborator Sam is not here today, and I'm continuing this work. Big overall picture is take lactose, turn it into rare sugars, which I think a few years ago when we first started talking about this, few of us have heard about, but now Sweet Baby Ray's, I was just at the biggest Walmart in the world, just down the road. I just learned that yesterday. They've got like 6 variants. They all have allulose, which is like the poster child of rare sugars. It's in a lot of, I think some of the 0-gram carb yogurts out there now. So it is catching on, and I think continuing to do so. People that are watching carbs and some of the more strict diets are looking at like 50 grams a day. That adds up quick. People that are looking at carbs don't look at the whole nutrition fact. They zoom right into this section. And in fact, of the changes that have happened to the nutrition label since it was started in like the 90s, a lot of them have been started out with fats. That's what we cared about in the 80s, right? It's all about carbs now. It's about dietary fiber. We subtract that. We don't worry about that in terms of net carbs. Sugar, alcohols, we subtract that. I could envision in the future, on the basis of the same data that is making sugars like allulose grass, there being another line item for rare sugars because the caloric and the glycemic index response is just nil. And in fact, additive, supportive to if you're consuming other carbs with it. So I can envision a world where we're looking at a glass of milk and instead of seeing 12 grams, looking at it and like counting it as 2 grams. So that's the main motivation for this work. The overall project for this particular project, the overall goal for this particular project is looking at lactose retentate for multifiltration, converting it from lactose into a blend of lower carb, better for you sugars, and then blending it back into a lower carb milk. That's the net benefit of this project. We're on track. We're just getting going on the second year of this 2-year project. And I wanted to highlight some of the more recent work. You've seen this now a few times. And as I was putting this slide deck together, I realized that in my mind, and maybe in yours, when I see this is look like the enzymatic pathway from lactose to these value-added rare sugars. The bold enzymes here being the ones that are not commercially available as yet, and kind of the point of this project. I think of it as like a flow diagram, and maybe you did too, and I shouldn't have done that. And the reason is this, right? I'm thinking of it as like you got a tank of lactose, turn on this enzyme valve, and then you get your glucose and galactose, you turn on these enzyme valves, and you get those, and so on and so forth. But that's not the reality. The reality of enzymes is that they operate at different rates and efficiencies. They have different optimal temperature and pH values. They can catalyze more than one reaction. They can reverse reactions. They can go from this sugar to a different sugar that you're not looking for. And their performance can change based on what minerals are present. So understanding the particular enzyme of interest is really important so that we can apply them more effectively in a fluid milk system. So you've met Amal. He gave a talk one time a couple of years ago, I think. He's off in London now continuing his postdoctoral studies. But this is a very, very recently published paper looking at really this one enzyme that's not commercially available to date. And it's kind of this key last enzyme. So that's where we started this work. Starting out with temperature and pH profile, this is really valuable information because it tells us at what temperature range can we most optimally work for this particular enzyme. And really important here is where are our pH values that we care about for dairy. This project is fluid milk, but you can see that even in the slightly acidic range, we're working very nicely. So that's good. I love this graph, and I had to add this line in, which in the publication I should have put, because 100% is usually not this low on a graph. But this is showing you that when certain minerals are present, activity skyrockets. So that's pretty cool because whey permeate and retentate often has trace minerals in it. And in fact, you could, if you wanted to, add a touch of manganese and 1,000% activity and then recycle that back. So that's really informative in terms of how we might want to keep this cascade moving. Finally, we show that the enzyme reactivity depends on the overall sugar composition. What this tells us is not only kind of how the enzyme will perform depending on the composition of the sugars present, but you can actually change the way you do a reactor based on adding, you can have a fed batch reactor where you're adding more of, say, the starting point lactose or whatever sugar of interest that might drive it in the direction that you're interested in. As a reminder. And then finally, we see that we've got maximum conversion. And again, this is a single enzyme in this 4-enzyme cascade, but it's an important one because we don't know a lot about it. It wasn't previously really available in about 4 hours. And again, this is kind of a single system snapshot. So you would imagine that you take this information with the other information we're building in this project and other projects to try to see what the whole system would look like to get your optimal blend. Moving forward, we're going to continue this work, looking at the ratio of enzymes, not just honing in on this one unique enzyme, which was important, but looking at all the enzymes and conditions that optimizes that conversion, looking at what concentrations of retentate and batch reactor style that we might want to incorporate to optimize the conversion of lactose. And then, of course, looking at how that might influence the relative sweetness and net carb, which is why we're doing this work to begin with. So that is the summary of where we're up to with this project. And if there's any questions, yeah.
The current LUOs,
No, go ahead.
I
No, I
thought
do,
you
but
were
go ahead.
asking.
I am. But go ahead.
Is
There's
the
time for
current
everybody. We don't
is
have to
there-
fight.
Is the current allulose on the market all from lactose?
No, absolutely not. No, none of it is. That's kind of the big
Okay.
market opportunity that
All right,
maybe is on one of these slides.
because I did try some and it actually is a very good, like.
It's
there's not
fabulous.
aftertaste and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about that for hours if you
So
want
I'll be
to.
excited.
But no, it's,
That
no,
would
we
be
use
cool.
this in a house.
Yeah.
So it's net zero carbs, allulose is.
Yeah.
One of these slides has that on there. Doesn't
But
matter.
it doesn't have that.
It doesn't have the
aftertaste.
aftertaste. It
Yeah.
has the bulking, which in terms of like functionality, like when you go to some of the, I cannot stand high intensity sweeteners. Personal, I am one of the ones that can taste all of the bitterness or the weird mintiness or whatever. So I don't like it. I would rather have something not sweet than have those. And so for me, that's not really an option anyhow. But even if it were, when you have like, I don't know, milligrams instead of tablespoons,
Mhm.
you don't have the bulking, you don't have the mouthfeel, you don't have browning, you can't make creme brulee in the same way, right? So these are the things that we work for in life, right? But, so allulose, on the other hand, it's got the bulking because you're using it basically cup for cup. But it's expensive. And right now, it's essentially made the same way that high fructose corn syrup is. And so I could envision a world where after the initial excitement about rare sugars kind of wanes, there could be a little bit of a backlash like there is in other products with high fructose corn syrup. And I'm not saying I share that belief about high fructose corn syrup. I'm just saying it is a belief in consumers in terms of how it's made. But not only that, the grams of carbs are just like drastic.
Anybody else? How are we gonna get the public to understand this?
Great question. And one way
I
is
mean,
by
I think it's,
getting out there and
Super.
talking about it. I mean, so what I do in the lab for my students is we do the work and we publish it in peer reviewed publications. That's one way. That's not really the public. So the other thing, oh, I know.
was gonna say, that's great. You know, I'm not reading that, no
No,
offense, Julie.
My family still has no idea what I do for a living. It's fine. They're good that I can pay the bills and my kids are doing okay, but that's the lens with their understanding. No, it's getting out and talking about it. It's
Okay.
making sure that like Science Friday, if you listen to that, it has a.
Well,
thing about it.
I'm just wondering is, you know, as we go forward, I mean, is it part of the promotion of, you know, other areas that we promote it through
I think that's a wise.
ADA, DMI, you know, any of that
Yeah.
stuff? I mean, a lot.
Well, I
of
will
this
say
research
there,
goes-
and so Sam mentioned, and it's absolutely true that often these projects build into bigger projects. That's not answering your question directly, but DMI has funded work that is in this realm now. I've had USDA funded work as well, back when they used to fund work. And the other thing is, it's kind of our job not just to put it into peer reviewed publications that make bullet points but go nowhere. It's also our job to get out and talk about it. And
Right.
so that is part of what,
I mean, it needs to be the
My
next
job.
Fairlife, it needs to be the next,
Yeah.
Sam's Beverages and,
Yeah.
you
And
know,
speaking of Fairlife, you know, I think it's it's a cool overlap because Fairlife has a ton of permeate
yes,
that they're generating every
Yeah.
single day. And
All
this would
processors,
use
pretty much.
ultra filtered milk in general is gonna create a lot of permeate, and a lot of permeate is, you know, potentially usable in these types of systems.
I think we're all excited for it.
Yep.
Sarah, do you have a quick question, hon?
No, I'm good. It's a good presentation.
thanks.
All right, next.
Size next.
Oh, all right. Well, then I will hand this to you. Or put it right here. Thank you. Oh, and I also just really want to thank you for continuing to support research. You maybe have heard it's been a really rough couple of years. And the only way we can continue to move the needle on research, whether it's basic or super applied or anything, and training people, is through support. And the fact that you all are continuing to support it, just my project or anybody else's, thank you.
When it comes direct from the farmers who need to sell their product, so
Yeah.
Thank you.
it's nice to cut out the middle.
Good morning, Cy.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I could not be there in person because of some conflict. So I'd like to do it remotely, and if I can share my slide.
Si, we can also run your slides from here. You can give us a verbal cue when you want to advance the slides.
No, this is not showing my slides.
So we can see this screen. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So, but how do we find that?
Sai, can you stop sharing your screen for a moment and we'll try to run your slides?
Okay.
All right, this, you should be able to get on.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. So this is, a final report of my one project, novel and dairy-based and nutritionally supplemented snack products, and in-mouth dissolving puffs using supercritical extrusion. Next slide, please. So this is based on two important things. One is supercritical fluid extrusion technology that we developed at Cornell. And the second part is that we involve using a calcium chelator, like sodium hexametaphosphate and trisodium phosphate kind of ingredients that are used extensively in dairy products, especially in processed cheese. So these are GRAS materials, generally recognized as safe. So we use those two technologies put together to be able to extrude milk protein, which is typically not an extruded product. So next slide, please. Next, yeah, so here are some of the products we made. You can see Market Puffs has almost out of 7 gram serving size, 6 grams are carbohydrates only. And in our case, we have 5 grams of protein and less than 1 gram of carbohydrate. And then I also used skim milk powder, 20% with milk protein concentrate, or 30% lactose hydrolyzed skim milk powder for people who are lactose intolerant. And both of these gave very nice product. And in addition to that, when we use lactose hydrolyzed skim milk powder, we can also create GAS, which is a soluble dietary fiber, which is very useful in terms of digestion, etc. And it's an added benefit to the process we use because we can create this in the process. Next, please. So here are some of the other products we have made for baby puffs, elderly puffs, and for general public puffs. We have done this with the added products such as raspberry powder, 22.5% RP, or 6% apple pomace. By adding these things, we increase the total dietary fiber. Protein content is very high, as you can see in general puff, in general snacks. It's 13.2 gram out of 30 gram size, serving size. So very high in protein, low in carbohydrate, and high in dietary fiber. And also has, when we use lactose hydrolyzed skim milk powder, we have GAS added to it. So that's, all these 3 products are final product. They are very attractive and useful. Next one, please. And then to increase the nutritional value, we also said instead of adding water to the milk protein concentrate, we added the byproduct of dairy processing, acid whey. And by doing that, we increased the mineral content. Next, please. Here you can see that by adding whey in lieu of water, we can increase the potassium, calcium, phosphorus, concentrations in the product and make them nutritionally even more attractive. Next, please. Also, you can see all the disintegration characteristics on the left side. All these products disintegrate in the mouth, the one especially that are designed for baby or for elderly people with dysphagia or who have difficulty in swallowing. They disintegrate in the mouth in less than 30 seconds. The right side, you can see that how they perform in the mouth. Market puffs that are commercially available, and they are based on carbohydrate, starch only, no protein. You can see they are highly viscous. They stick in the mouth. And whereas MPC puffs are MPC puffs with chelators for disintegration purposes, they are very low adhesive properties and they can be swallowed very easily. So that's another added benefit to the process. Next one, please. here you can see when we came to licensing this technology to companies that were interested in it, they said, well, can you make it clean label? What they mean by clean label is, can you make a product without sodium hexametaphosphate or trisodium phosphate? Because when consumers see these ingredients, they do not know what they are, although they are GRAS materials. So we said, yeah, we can certainly look at that. Next, please. And so we looked at, within casein. If you take casein, which is how calcium is used in casein and for chelating purposes, there's a segment in the casein protein, which is phosphoserine. And this phosphoserine segment can be taken out, and it can be very useful, has been found to be very useful chelator. And it's very native to milk itself. So we got casein phosphopeptide, CPP, and used that in lieu of sodium hexametaphosphate or trisodium phosphate and made products. Next one, please. And you can see that with using STTP or CPP, we could make, very, very nice snack puffs. We coated with white cheddar, and they're very attractive. And people, we did some sensory, and it was very highly acceptable product. So we can replace, chemically based or STTP with CPP, which is native to milk protein, and we do not have to put anything on the label. Next one, please. So we have orally disintegrating milk protein-based puffs with added fruits powder, weight solids containing conventional as well as natural calcium chelator were successfully made. Incorporating these fruit powders significantly improved the nutritional quality, and they showed acceptable disintegration behavior and acceptability both in benchtop test and in human sensory studies. And the technology has been licensed to a startup company. It's called Criterion Food. And I hope they are successful. They are trying to make these products internally. They're setting up a new extruder line to see if they can be made. And we hope they are successful. So any questions on this?
Congratulations on getting this license. That's great. It's a big deal. Where Alicia and I think Antonia are both looking it up. Where is this company?
This is located in New York City.
Okay. And their main area of expertise or products, or what do they do?
Well, the company, they have several startups. They started several companies in health space, and they licensed, then they sold out and started looking at new ones. And the CEO, Dan Cohen, is a Cornell PhD in mechanical engineering, and he's the lead person. And they're mostly in health business. And their strategy is to start a company and then sell it once it is successful.
Super.
Yeah.
New York dairy farmers appreciate that.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I hope they are successful, and we are helping them every way we can to make sure that it takes off.
Good. Any other questions? All right, Sai, next.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so next slide. This is the project that's in year 2. So this is report for year 1. Next one, please. So this is the reason we started this project, is because milk protein concentrate that we were using in the previous project is not really highly soluble. You can see insolubility is much, much higher than skim milk powder or whey protein concentrate or lactose hydrolyzed skim milk. And it is a spray dried product. So spray drying, is time consuming. It's a batch process. The freeze drying is expensive and time consuming and a batch process. So we said, why can we do something in between spray drying and freeze drying? Can we make a freeze drying a little bit more efficient? Next one, please. So we developed a new process. The schematic shown here, if you remember, one project I had was quick freezing of ice cream. This is also going on. We have licensed that technology as well. So this is liquid carbon dioxide when we freeze the product instantly in a chamber and then take it to vacuum drying. By doing this, we can reduce the freezing time that's normally inherent in conventional freeze drying. Next one, please. So you can see we have taken this product, flash frozen vacuum dried product. This is our product, and compared it to freeze dried product, conventionally frozen and dried, and as well as commercially spray dried products on the right. And these three products we compared. Next, please. So you can see our solubility. If you look at the solubility of our flash frozen and vacuum dried product is 90% compared to spray dried, which is 71%, compared to freeze dried, conventional freeze dried products is 87%. So we are really creating very quality product. And also look at the relative, protein degradation. If a spray dried is 1, our product is 1/4 of that. That means it's really native structure is well maintained, and that's where we get the solubility characteristics that the protein is not denatured. Next one, please. So we looked at, one of the properties is surface hydrophobicity, which really means that how it helps in making emulsions. For example, protein can be used as an emulsifier, and this increased hydrophobicity of the milk, of the powder that we generated, it helps it become a better emulsifier. So if you make a drink out of it, it has some fat, it can be emulsified by the protein itself more. Next one, please. So then current system is, like I said before, is we have to freeze dry, we have to freeze it and dry it in 2 steps. So our whole motivation is how we can combine the 2 into 1 step. Next one, please. So there are 2 new designs we are looking at. One is spray drying and the freezing and spray drying in 1 chamber. So we can do exactly what's done in conventional spray drying, but we hear frozen and spray drying can be done in 1 step. We're evaluating that technology. And the second one is we can still freeze and spray in a vacuum chamber, and therefore we cause sublimation and make dried products. So these are the 2 designs we are looking at, and it will be very nice if we can combine them. As it is, it's very good to get good quality product, but in 2 steps. Can we combine them into 1 step? And these are the 2 strategies we are currently evaluating, and hope we are successful in one of them. Next one, please. So this is the setup right now we are looking at in our lab. We can continue to modify and test temperature controlled flash freezing, spray drying, or vacuum drying chambers. We'll use 20 to 30% solids, liquid MPC and liquid milk for drying to test them and evaluate how the system performs and evaluate product properties. And this is what we plan to do in year 2. Thank you for your support. We much appreciate it. Questions?
Questions?
I have one. It looks like the final product is twice as bulky. Is that?
Yeah, it's a lighter, its density is lighter because it's a spray dried, so some air gets incorporated. So it's a little bit lighter. But it disperses very quickly in solution and in water especially.
Anybody else? Okay. Dr. Barbano,
Thank you very much. Your support is much appreciated.
thanks for joining us, Si.
Thank you.
8:17, you got.
Okay.
Till 8:40, 23 minutes, right?
Good morning. Good to be here. Let's see if this works. There's 4 projects. The first one is on technology transfer, and this has been in high gear, focused around Webster, New York. And
Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a remote location.
Do you get to go up and visit at least, Dr. Barbano, or?
No, they just want me to fix things.
Oh. You can't just go up and relax, huh?
Yeah, right. Shelf-stable high-protein beverages. This is the 2025 was the second year of this project, so this one has finished. And the third one, this is a project, the first year We're in the second year now, and I'll explain a little bit about that. This is a novel way of combining some processes and filtration. And the last one is the project with Joe McFadden on the methane reduction. So in this one, we've always worked with processors that tend to have a problem in the summertime with cream. But things have changed here in the last 6 months because there's a lot more cream on the horizon, and the way they're making the cream is a little bit different. So one of the things to circle back is on a project that's completed, we made 2 models for measuring, one free fatty acids and the other one protein breakdown in milk. And the free fatty acid one works really well. It's rancid off flavor, but also some other things. And that model is the key in troubleshooting problems in a plant when they're having flavor development problems, because mechanics goes back to what I knew as a kid with around the barn pipeline milkers and risers and everything. You just can't beat the daylights out of fat and not have rancid off flavors. So that's in high gear right now. In the last 6 weeks, we've analyzed over 1,000 samples down the line, trying to figure out where the issues are. There's also testing, maybe some of you have gotten the other end of this on the farm, of screening tank trucks for free fatty acid content and trying to troubleshoot and identify problems. Seems to be mostly in pumping, in loading and unloading milk. The second part is on this change in milk composition. And generally, we've been working, we're kind of in a good spot now with most of the cheese makers, particularly aged cheddar cheese makers, have adapted and have modified their processes in the plant to have cream separation and standardizing fat to protein ratio to get around this imbalance that's happened because the fat has come up so much faster than the protein. So they've invited me to speak on this at a lactation symposium at ADSA this summer. And what is interesting is we've helped the cheese makers adapt to this. But 2 weeks ago, running in a filtration project that you guys are funding, Mike Van Amberg. So what Mike's going to do is try to make the protein catch up with the fat. Okay, yeah. It's creating another problem. I didn't see coming. And it's going to hit the.
Famous like that, we're gonna chase that.
It's in these filtration products. Now the balance between lactose, which stays the same, and protein and soluble minerals is going to get out of whack as we bring the protein up. This is going to be a challenge for these ultra filtered milk products. And I've been talking to some of them, and we're scratching our head trying to figure out. So this is coming down the line, and we're going to be talking about it at the ADSA symposium this summer. Support the expanding processing facilities producing shelf-stable beverages. They're popping up all over in terms of ESL and shelf-stable on ultra-filtered milk, and eventually they'll probably be microfiltered milk. So this is really, we've got a lot of knowledge on this, a lot of it funded by you guys in terms of heat stability and how the process behaves. And we're visiting and working with the processors. I mean, we've been in Bern, we've been at Fuga. Fairlife is kind of in our backyard all the time, working with them and sharing this knowledge. So
sorry, but I'll forget by the time I get.
Okay.
So if we increase the protein in the milk to meet the fat.
Yes, that's going to help the cheese maker.
Correct, but what is that going to do for our protein infused drinks? Is it going to have any effect on them?
So what happens is when they ultra filter, the higher protein starting point to get to the target of protein you want by increasing. Oh, again, you're not going to take out as much permeate, and you're not going to take out as much lactose and soluble mineral.
But that's going to be a problem if you don't take out as much lactose, isn't it? For some lactose holler at people.
Well, that's the least of our problem. The thing is that
Okay.
it's gonna have a negative impact on heat stability. The gelation problem. Uh-huh.
So it's gonna really affect the flavor
Well,
and stability of it.
yeah, it's gonna be more that gelation issue. So we're
Yeah.
working with that. And one of the things we've got to talk about, and this gets, I wish Casey was here. There's gonna be a regulation barrier in terms of, we generally don't add water to milk, except they allow it when we steam inject to do UHT, if we take it out. We may have to do some tricks like that, and the standards aren't real friendly with that. So it's a lot of detail there.
I'll just say, Casey's home eating puffs.
Oh, yeah.
He's got his pictures.
Good. Okay, so the key messages that we've got for the processors, heat stability with lower lactose and soluble mineral content in the beverage. The second one is you really have to focus on the details of the temperature profile during the process, and that peak temperature has to be kept down. You can't just, if a little bit of heat is good and it kills bacteria a lot more, no, I'm sorry, it's doing bad things to the product. So let's keep moving along. Heat stability of shelf-stable protein. This one is concluded at the end of 2025. The key things that we've got, and let's just skip right through to try to stay on time. In terms of the conclusions, let's go back. So, yes, this is,
Push slow, it's slow to react.
yeah, I guess so. Right there.
It's morning.
Okay.
Hasn't had his coffee yet.
So we remove about half of the lactose. We get better heat stability. But what has surprised us is when we remove more and then you hydrolyze it, the heat stability goes right down again. And we're working with this. There seems to be a sweet spot in terms of heat stability. And we've got to deal with balancing all these things. But this is where the detail with the processors, we're one-on-one with them, getting them to understand this to adjust their processes. So this is a lot of work directly with the people that do the job. The year two, this one, I'm going to skip through. It's a lot of detail, but a picture gives 1,000 words right here. So this is full lactose. This is the high heat, like we do for the shelf stable. This is hydrolyzed. This is not hydrolyzed. So you get this browning. But as we remove lactose, that goes away. We get the lactose out. But right in here, when we get in this spot and we hydrolyze it, this stuff becomes extremely unstable in terms of heat. It gels. And we're working with the processors to try to figure out, because everybody's driving towards lower and lower lactose. Don't worry about lactose. There'll be plenty of it, Julie. Forget it. We're headed towards taking it all out. But the key thing that we've noticed is this. The pH, as a result of the heat, goes down. We're breaking down the lactose. And so we're working on trying to understand that. That formation of formic acid as a result of the heat seems to be the problem in the gelation. And we're trying to understand how to block that. So the third project, this is the first year. We're in the second year now. Let me just explain. We're taking two ultrafiltration. We're going to remove, actually microfiltration. We're taking microfiltration. We're filtering out lactose and soluble mineral, but we're taking out the whey protein too. That's the one that makes the sulfur eggy stinkiness. We're taking that out. We're trying to manage and run the two processes, microfiltration first, to get lactose soluble mineral and that stinky protein out. Run that through a UF, take the stinky protein and make a concentrate that's going to be used in cold products and bring the lactose back in to diafilter and wash all that protein out. And then we can hydrolyze that and we'll get the milky flavor. The key is what we want to do is have this operating as one process with the two filtrations working, like an engine in time. So that's what this process is about. And we're right now in the next few weeks ready to set up, get the two processes integrated together. Let's get on and try to stay on schedule. So this one is with Joe, and this is the methane reduction. There's been 2 studies. The first one was a dose response study, and these are the 3 products, one in oil, one that's a synthetic. And what Joe was figuring out was the dose that gave you enough response in terms of lowering methane, but did not decrease feed intake. So in terms of productivity, he selected a dose. We've done the second study. And in this one, we seem to have hit the sweet spot that the 2 of those that were isolates from seaweed raised the iodine, the other one did not. But at this lower level of use, we're getting effectiveness. We're not detecting any strange flavors from this in the milk. And the next step is to look at the longer term impact of this. And Joe will be doing another feeding study this year. So actually, we've been surprised that he's been able to titrate this and maybe find a spot where we can get some meaningful methane reduction, but not negatively impact productivity in terms of output of milk per cow.
So there has been some results as far as the methane reduction.
Yes, it's about a 20 to
Substantial?
25%.
That's pretty substantial.
What was the minor change in protein, like 0.1%, or?
It's not gonna matter. Mike's gonna fix that.
Yeah, yeah. It's small. It's less than a 1/10.
Okay.
Yeah.
VA is gonna screw everything up
Yeah.
again.
Yep.
And production, how you said,
Pardon?
production? how-
We're- What's the,
Production, milk
these
production.
are on cows producing about 40 kilos a day.
And no detrimental effects.
Yeah, at the dose, if you keep going up, if you feed too much of this stuff, you will lower production. There's no question about it. So it's a
Right,
management thing.
the efficiency has to.
Yeah.
Lower production, more fat, more protein, less methane, we're all good.
We're not at
I do have one question back to the first study, and I was thinking about this. There has been a push on dairies to pump as quickly as possible onto that truck. And I'm hearing you saying that's not gonna be good on our free fatty acids.
Well, okay, the thing is, when you're pumping on that truck, the issue of the cooling before it went through the pump, you have a bad day and the cooler's not working right, you're gonna have a problem with the free fatty acids on that truck. It's when it goes through the pump and the shearing that happens. If it's the wrong temperature, you're getting a rise in free fatty acid content.
So
What's the wrong
ideally, yeah.
temperature?
You want to get it
Ideally,
cold.
like
you
how
wanna get-
cold?
You want to get down to 40 and below.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So it needs to be like 38.
Yeah.
Is
The
it a
other
benefit
thing
if it's
is
colder?
the condition.
Is it a benefit if it's 34?
Yeah, that's
So
good.
the colder it's going on to the trailer
The colder, the better.
before it hits the pump.
Don't ignore the pump that's in the parlor,
Oh, yeah.
okay? And maintenance of that pump, because the milk's warm there, it's before the plate. Then the pump going out of the truck. Let's not have it leaking and sucking air in.
Okay.
Every step of the way, that's what we're working on to try to catch these things. I don't think it's the cows. We have big farms. I got 10, 15 tanker loads from the same farm, one truck hot.
Are
Yeah.
those with the trucks pumping it, or on the farm, fast loading.
Direct load.
Yeah, I don't know those
Truckloads.
details, but that's what we've got to chase down.
If they're making
Yes,
10 trailer loads,
some of
they
both.
direct load, they're
That's
not
right.
pumping on the trailer,
Yep,
I would think.
Well, me too,
Yeah.
but.
yeah. So pumps and, that plant, I see a centrifugal pump. We were worried about the sampling device creating the problem.
Mhm.
I said, take a picture. I want to see what that looks like. Device was fine. The pump sitting next to it, right out of this monstrous pump. It's got a 90-degree angle right off the discharge side. That is gonna
Bust everything. up.
bust it. What are we thinking, folks?
So
Yeah.
it's no different than moving manure. You want as
Straight.
straight a line as you can go.
Yes, that's right. Same thing on milk. Okay. Any
Good
other
information. Thank you.
questions? Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate your.
yeah, I did. Roberta did ask a question. I just wanted one more clarification on the high-speed pumps. So even at a cold temperature, we are getting some degradation, right?
If you've got the cold temperature, you can use high-speed pumps. The thing is, keep it from sucking air. If there's foam on the tank, you got a problem. In old bulk tanks, you need to avoid freeze-on. It's all the things we know, we just have to do them right.
Okay.
Yep.
Does it? One quick question too is: so will that high-speed pump raise the temperature of the milk a degree or two? Do you know that? It would.
It will raise the temperature a little bit, but it'll be related to the back pressure. You got to keep the back pressure low.
Okay.
That's what does the damage because the pump is churning at a high speed. If it doesn't have the flow, if it's not discharging, if it's backed up in the pump and it's spinning like a churn, that's what damages the milk.
So you want to make sure you have a lot of air inlet in your
Okay.
tanks. And
Yes,
direct piping.
yes.
Okay.
And also on the discharge side, no bends right after the discharge on the pump.
Go ahead.
Quick question, and this is pretty basic, but I'm trying to think it through from a production perspective as well as a genetic perspective. But what is the ideal protein to fat ratio for these ultra filtered milks? Like, where do we need to be? I'm trying to think how I can get paid for it if we can hit it.
Right.
Yeah, so it's different for a fluid processor than a cheese maker. Generally, on a cheddar cheese maker, a ratio of casein to fat is about 0.7. On a protein, it's a little lower. We can calculate that out. But on fluid, you have to think about, and this is, we're doing all this testing. Average tanker loads are coming in at 5.3 fat. Protein has crept up a little bit, but I think it's going to come up more. On a fluid plant, what's your favorite percent fat of milk? Or probably you're not a representative. The consumer favorite of fat content of milk, probably 2%. I got 5 and 5.3 coming into the plant.
You gotta get rid of it.
I got to get rid of it. So what's the ratio for a fluid plant? They'd love to buy 2% milk. They wouldn't have to handle all the.
But you don't
plants.
want 2% milk and 4%
Right.
protein.
So-
So where does that ratio of fat protein need to be?
Well, this depends. In the future, is a big plant gonna have the same dedicated farms? And they pay you extra to have that fat low? I think with big plants, we're headed that way. As much as DFA doesn't like the inflexibility of not being able to move any milk anywhere, anytime, but those are the challenges. I think we're gonna start to see that when I see the same farm ID for 15 trucks in a row. It's a different
So
world
the
now.
premium structure may change in the
Yes, the
future.
premium structure might change. Economics drives it.
Carl, what do you think?
Oh, boy.
You're our scientist here.
No, it's a lot. And definitely, I think we're still struggling a little bit on our side to figure out, is it nutritional, is it genetic, and where do those two things line up? And yeah, I have a lot of questions about all those things, but
Yeah, the
Interesting
genetics
stuff.
is getting scary now.
it is,
Yeah.
yeah, we're moving fast.
Yes.
Sarah, any questions?
No, I'm good. This is fascinating. I have the same questions as everybody else. What's the ideal protein fat ratio, you know, for farms to make processing more efficient and also lucrative for the farms?
Yeah, it's not a one size fits all, unfortunately. And the other thing I tell the plants is big plants are wonderful, just like big farms. But in a big plant, there's no small mistakes.
Yeah.
That's right. Be ready.
Any other questions for Dr. Barbano? We're glad Dr. Barbano is going to be with us for another 30 years to figure this all out.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody want to stand up and run to the restroom quick before Sharice gets on here for us? You ready? Okay. Everybody run to the bathroom, stand up.
Chase to get.
We'll grab the bagels because they're really good. They're really good.
Oh, it's amazing.
She's still. Yeah, you can still.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, I don't know how they circumvent that's not gonna take care of what.
It's gonna be an additional, it's gonna be an additional work with cooperative or whoever's paying you. Okay, so we're making a, 3%, 3%. We're gonna pay them where they're gonna make a 3%, 4% protein. And then New Jersey shares with everything else.
Oh.
Yes.
Right?
I mean, no.
And it's some of the.
But I have, oh, that's right. I have to put that in my
Like we get from. At least.
But I'm
What did you switch to when you?
Right, right. Oh my God. He was really cute.
Yeah. The laughter kept getting higher and higher and catching on. It was sure. Right? Yeah, so you're creating.
Absolutely. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, okay, I didn't make that connection.
I
told her, I'm like, I'm not really mad at you, but.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, you're going to the right area. Yeah.
All right, good.
Let me clean that, so I said.
And right now, we don't have.
I had it.
All right.
It's just like I was this morning.
Hey, young lady, how are you? Great, thanks.
We're waiting. Oh, Dean.
Where'd you go?
Carl's turn.
Dean's right behind you. Dean is behind you.
All right. No, you do not. Give me a gavel.
Oh, that'd be bad.
You guys are.
And definitely don't get it.
All right. See ya, it going?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, wait, this is awesome. Thanks for having us this morning. We're excited to go through and highlight the year and definitely looking forward to the coming year as well. So just to kick us off, you know who we are. We've been here a few times now. And just a reminder of our full team, because by no means is just the two of us managing the whole campaign. There's a team of 7 total, small but nimble. And I was on leave for a few months this year too. And the team, you know, really did a great job with all the video shoots and social management campaigns. And I'm looking forward to running through that with you today. So the goals, you have those in front of you, just a reminder of what we're working toward with our campaigns. And looking at some of our highlights, I'm going to kick this over to Sam to just my coffee kicked in yet? I don't know. Oh, you got it. There you go. So you can see here on the screen in front of you, just some of the highlights that we were really excited about compared. So technically this is our second full year working with the board and the campaigns. And we were really excited to see a lot of our numbers in terms of like cost per engagement. We were able to reduce that this year compared to last year. Impressions, engagements, all of that increasing. The one thing I want to note, which we talked about during the mid-year 6 months ago, is we started looking at, in terms of our video views, we started tracking the number of video views where folks are seeing at least 50% of the video. To us, that's the most important thing because they're retaining information. So in terms of like the KPIs that we're most interested in, is the video views, folks who are viewing at least 50%, and then the engagement rate. So those two are the most important things to us in terms of the Dairy for Good campaign and going into this next year that we'll be focused on. And so when we're looking at these numbers, and I've got a couple more to share in a few slides, you'll notice that the video views are less compared to last year, but I do have the total number that incorporates all video views because with Meta, they track if you view it for 3 seconds, that counts as a video view. So we have the total number if anyone's seeing it, as well as the number of folks who are seeing at least 50% of that. I just wanted to make that differentiation as we're walking through some of the numbers for you. But again, back to the highlights. So we more than doubled the number of collaborations this year. We reduced the YouTube cost, as I mentioned before. And again, with the Dairy Toolbox as well, we were able to continue translating those materials, the videos as well, which are all available on the website and on YouTube. We had 2 separate playlists, one with the English videos and one with the Spanish translated videos.
Sorry, this is me. Good morning, everyone. So just a quick overview of the Dairy for Good campaign. As Cherie said, this was our second full year working with the board, but our first full year that we were up and running into 2025 with both brands live and interactive. So 2025, we have our brand identity and logo, what was established in the early phases. Our social media really was taking off. The creatives and graphics continued. We continued to take things that we had on the toolbox, make them into new social media graphics on Dairy for Good social media. And our website, of course, was established early on as well. So this year we had 8 short form videos that range from 60 to 90 seconds. We had 51 reels, which I just said to Sharice was pretty exciting since I think the first year we had about 9. So we took either original content or took some of our videos from 2024 and 2025 and pulled them and made them into shorter little clips that were more digestible for audiences on our social media pages. And then in terms of paid social ads, those ran from March 2025 to December 2025. And then here are some highlights from the Dairy for Good campaign. So following our mid-year meeting back in July, we were pretty busy in August and September. And as you know, Sharice was on leave at that time. So our team kind of packed it up and the stars aligned for us for a lot of our visits. We were able to do about 5 visits in August, 2 separate trips in August and in September. Very luckily, one of the visits to the farm, the Hemdale Farms, we were able to put around the fair. So we were able to go to the fair, work with Eileen and Nyack. We were in the birthing center. And we also worked with Pro Dairy where they had an interactive demonstration set up right in the birthing center. So we worked together. We took video of members of Nyack and Pro Dairy. We had our own Dairy for Good videos playing both in the mobile dairy experience and the birthing center. And we had some of our fact sheets from our toolbox there to hand out to people, as well as some cute little stickers that we made this year and handed out to kids and families as they walk through the birthing center.
That's a great example of us really trying to make sure we are using the resources as best as possible to schedule issues. And if we're in an area and we can visit another farm or another industry partner to be able to do more videos, that's definitely what the goal is in terms of working together as our team and then with some of our partners who are here in the room.
And we also genuinely had such a great time at the fair. So it was our first time as Dairy for Good and also as our a team little bonding experience. So we had a good time.
I was really sad to miss it.
Yeah, we had some pretty
Be
bad
there this year.
FOMO back here.
I love that this is right here, by the way. Thank you for. All right, so looking at some social media results, we talked about this a little bit already, but just to highlight, so you'll see total video views. So again, as mentioned before, this incorporates 50% minimum video views. If we want to take in consideration all views of all of our videos, we were over 6.9 million. So there's obviously a big difference there, but in terms of being able to understand the breadth of all impressions, it's worth knowing that number as well. And then we had over 400 posts, social media posts, includes graphics, photos, reels, videos across all of our platforms this past year, and that's more than double that we were able to accomplish from our first year in 2024. And these are just some screenshots of our social media channels, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And if you had questions, please feel free to interrupt us. So looking at social media as we continue through here, just some of our metrics from our paid efforts. You'll see those on the screen and in your packets.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Like most of the time, I don't try to follow you guys, just like I want to make sure, because it's not really for me, it's for other people. And I don't see a lot of your posts, but one of my family members posted to me the manure being pumped over the road.
Yep.
Found that super fascinating. I didn't know, was that one that you pushed money on, so then it got seen more, or just?
So
I'm
I'm
just
not
wondering.
sure unless I saw which one it was, because we do post them organically. And throughout our A/B testing throughout the year, sometimes we'll boost it right from the page. Sometimes we'll do an additional post that's specifically a paid ad. So I'm not sure which one they saw, but we do try to mix whether it's organic, paid, or boosted to see what's performing throughout the year. And that was really fun. I've heard of them before. I didn't see them. That was when we went up to talk with Eric Beaver. He works with Adirondack Farms. We were able to get connected there, and it was very interesting. We flew drone through it. It was very cool learning about that.
post that we just did too. Was that
We
something
did
you
do
saw
one, yeah.
recently?
Yeah, it was weird because my cousin lives out in Idaho. So they're like, do you use this? This is really cool. I'm like, no, we don't. We don't pump over the road, but that's very cool too.
I'm glad they shared it.
I like to see that
It's getting like.
it's getting out there,
And it's right in line with the foundation of everything that we are trying to do is talking about those stewardship efforts, sustainability efforts, efficiencies, and that being an important tool. That's part of what some of our farms are using. I'm glad that they saw that. That's great. Thank you for sharing. So just taking a quick look at the CAT, you can see here goals that were accomplished or exceeded. The one that we definitely want to work on for next year, the engagement rate by reach. You'll see we fell a little bit short there. So definitely going back with our team, seeing how we can make sure we achieve and potentially
What does
you know,
that mean?
the engagement rate by reach.
Yeah.
That is the And Emily on our team is the absolute pro with all these specifics, so I might have to
Yeah,
get
I'm
back to you
not
on the
trying to put you on the
definition.
spot.
No, it's
just
okay.
Trying to educate myself, because that's,
Yeah, we just talked about it 3 weeks ago too, and I apologize.
it's okay.
I'll get back to you on it. We'll send an
Yep.
email to the board to provide that definition.
But you really exceeded, your expectations on a lot of those.
So yeah,
so.
we're very excited. And I think going into this year, we want to up the ante for a lot of the goals, just seeing that we really doubled a lot of what we were
Yeah, and the,
working to
over
do.
the 50% video, I mean, that's a pretty big number for over 50%. To me, it seems
Mhm.
like it anyways, to keep that many people engaged for that long. Again, I know nothing about this, but it seems like that's a pretty good large
It
number,
is, and
so.
even Sam had mentioned with the video, the lengths of our videos, our goal was to have around 60 to 90 seconds, but several of those were even longer than that. So knowing that we're getting 50% video views, we're excited about that. So now we're trying to get to 75 to 100%.
I like
and
that
keep
breakdown.
building
I
from
think
there.
that's a good number. I love that.
I looked that up.
Me too.
Oh,
thank you.
No, it's pretty simple. It measures the percentage of unique users who interacted with the content after seeing it.
Yes.
So
Calculated.
they went further in.
Yes.
So,
Took that extra step, which
A
is.
1 to 5% rate is generally considered average. And so anything over that is good.
It says here, it also says here, it accounts for content visibility to non-followers.
Yep,
So
that's
people who
good,
don't
yeah.
follow them.
So it's good that, I guess it's just good that you're aware and you're trying to,
Yeah,
tweak that, so that's good.
And we kept it at the 5%, which is, the higher rate, trying to reach that. So we'll keep that for, this coming year too, and just try and make sure we make changes so we can meet that. So looking at social media on the organic side of things, just provided an example of, what we use to schedule, which this will probably actually change this year. We're looking at it right now because they made adjustments, but that's details that you guys don't need to worry about. We don't love the platform anymore. They made changes, so we're gonna be figuring that out. But these are the kinds of tools that are definitely helpful in terms of understanding when folks are active and getting everything in one place to be able to schedule and share within our team to make sure there's several eyes on it, things are reviewed and approved and whatnot. And again, organic cat here as well. So some of the collaborations that we had this year, these are a couple of examples up on the screen. I just want to highlight some others that we had. So video collaborations with Cornell CALS, Department of Ag and Markets, RIT Science, RIT Imaging and Science, Genesee Brewing, that was a cool one to go to. NIAC, New York Dairy, some of our partners here in the room. And we really continue to see the collaborations on videos help with reaching more folks, getting more engagement. So we're hoping to continue building on that in the coming year. And we're still having our monthly calls with, last year it was Dairy for Good, it was NIAC, and New York Dairy. And we've started talking with Katie Photography as well as Milk for Health too, just to make sure we are using our resources and understanding everyone's schedules to see if, I'm going to be in this area. I'm going to be in this area too, or I need something from that area, and make sure that we're working together as best as we can. So just some examples there on the screen. And over to you.
Right, so moving over to the toolbox for 2025. So some of our goals to translate materials from 2024 into Spanish, post all of our Dairy for Good videos from 2025, as well as the translated versions of those in Spanish. And then also expand our website to include partner sections. So we were able to successfully do those things. We started out with our partner section. We appreciate that our partners got back to us. We're still waiting on a few to continue to add, but that is also an area of the website that we're going to continue to improve into this year. So it is there, but we're hoping to kind of streamline and expand upon that as well into 2026. And I feel like I'm going to go backwards. Oh, no, I didn't. Now I'm going double. Okay. And the following examples, so throughout 2025, we had some great overlap in shares of our materials on our Dairy Toolbox kit through our partners. So through newsletters, Facebook, not emails, blog posts, that's what I meant. Our partners were able to share out some of the fact sheets, social media posts that we put on there as examples, to their own networks and continue to share out the information that we have around sustainability on the toolbox and continue to get that message out there and communicate what people are doing or what the farms are doing. So we have some of those shares from this past year include the New York Ag and Feed Association, New York Dairy, NEDPA, 4-H, Partners for Healthy Watersheds, some individual family farms shared some social media posts, and other industry partners. And those are in addition to the collaborations that Sharice just talked about with some of the partners we did videos with, and we kind of cross channels on that. This is like in a different area specific to the toolbox. So on this slide, we have examples. These were our final two missing links from our infographics and fact sheets for this year. So we finally got them up on the website. They're also there in the Spanish versions as well. And here are a couple of examples of what those look like for the Spanish versions of both. And then here's a little snapshot of what our partner page looks like so far, as well as when you click on whoever the partner is, what their profile might look on. So we ask partners to submit information that they'd want us to share through the lens of sustainability, or that could help us to get their message out on our toolbox platform. Over there is a couple of screenshots of the Spanish version of the website. And into this year, we're also going to be streamlining that on the back end. It's a little clunky, so we're going to just kind of make it one a little bit more, as I said, streamlined. Yeah, thank you.
And then the media training, I feel like we've talked about this like 3 times, but I had to include it because it took place in January of 2025, which since then we had an end of year for 2024 and a mid-year, and here we are again. So I won't go into the details of this, but we were able to include the toolbox as well as provide the media and community relations training. So that was a nice kind of double whammy there, and it was a great conference last year. And I think the last slide is questions. Nope, looking ahead. We touched on this a little bit, continuing the A/B testing, growing our collaborations. The other thing that we are looking into for the website too is through our team's research, we're finding that through the AI search engines, fact sheets, FAQs are a big reason why folks are starting to get found through AI searches now. So we're going to be incorporating some more FAQs on our websites to help with, especially on the toolbox website, to try and help with some searching. So with that, any questions that you have?
Questions?
I just had a comment. Thanks for doing a good job with the cat. I think it certainly, improve.
Keep learning.
that. And I think you're doing a lot for the smaller budget that you have. So I think that's really appreciated. It will be great to see it continue to keep growing and getting that information out there. So.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Sarah, Jason?
No, I'm good.
I'm good. Very good.
Anybody else?
The collaboration is definitely appreciated.
Do you think that helps your budget? Because it seems like you're utilizing stuff that's already.
It does, yeah. Especially with when we look at traveling and where we're going, and we're able to feature more areas of the state, different partners across the state, knowing, oh, someone's going to be there. Let's connect with them and see what we can use. And if we're going to be in the North Country and, NIAG needs stuff in the North Country, it's nice to be able to work together. And that's nice.
Anything else? Thank you much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
9:02. We will get going in a few minutes, 25 minutes, 5 minutes. Elise brought cheese. And cheese. And beef sticks. So we've got.
The bulk tank all the way through the end of shelf life for fluid milk. And so big picture, what we identified is there are 2 sort of main influential parameters that affect the finished product shelf life. The first being some of these heat-resistant microorganisms, Pennybacillus and Microbacterium being the most important. And also we saw a heat-sensitive Acinetobacter microorganism as being important. And then the total bacteria count in the bulk tank raw milk showed up as the second most important factor in this model, which is really important because it gives us some structure to understand where should that total bacteria count be in the bulk tank milk in order to optimize the shelf life of fluid milk. And you'll actually see here that we were able to model that out. And actually you may not be able to see it because it's really, really small on your screen, but you have it in your notes. So the bulk tank raw milk bacterial concentration, just over 3,000, right, is where our model indicates we get sort of this maximum shelf life for fluid milk. That is really important to me because I've been beating the drum of we need to have total bacteria count less than 5,000 in bulk tank raw milk based on a bunch of data that we had, some meta-analyses that we had done, and it aligned really well with what this model suggests is sort of a cutoff, right? So, yep, go ahead, Dean.
Is that standard plate?
Yep.
Not PI?
Not PI, standard plate. PI actually has virtually no impact on shelf life of fluid milk. And it's because the organisms are there, but if they don't have an opportunity to grow, if the milk is handled well, then they never grow and they never cause an issue in the shelf life. That's another topic I'll talk to you about for hours if you let me.
Sounds like we gotta get a hold of some premium structures.
Yeah. And that's exactly why we did this, right? Is to inform what's important for premium structures. And this really gives us some good data. I know, right? We also did the economic analysis, and so we're able to see that with that, keeping that standard plate count below 3,000, or it's 3,311, we see an additional value of 9 cents per half gallon, which is not insignificant. If you think about how much milk is going out the door, right? That's actually a pretty good, yeah, it's a good value. So not only do we now know like what total bacteria count level do we need to achieve, but what value is that, right? So this really does help us with defining the a potential premium structure. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but one important thing that you always have to do when you're building these models is you have to validate them. And because we have so much monitoring data through our voluntary shelf life program, we are able to validate that this simulation model does a very good job in the first 14 days of mimicking what we see in the marketplace. Where we don't see it aligning very well is by 21 days after, and there's a few reasons for that. Mostly because we are discounting in this model the impact of post-processing contamination. So for those fluid milk processors who are recontaminating the product after pasteurization, this is, kind of throwing our model off at the end. So we're still doing some tweaking with this model, but we're really, really confident in the structure of it and our ability to use it to make decisions, especially on the value of that raw milk. Okay, the other project that we just ended in 2025 was our water project. As a reminder, we did this seasonal water sampling at both farms and processing facilities, collected a tremendous amount of water over a 2-year time period, and tested for an entire panel of different dairy relevant microorganisms, total coliform, spores, total count, gram-negatives, yeast and mold, E. coli, and listeria. We're also doing metagenomics, and that analysis isn't complete yet, but we're finishing that up, as well as physicochemical parameters. Again, I'm not going to walk you through each of these plots, but big picture findings is that there are a lot of dairy relevant microorganisms in water systems, both at farms and at processing facilities, but it's not equal across the board. We see much higher microbial loads in the summer when the weather is warm, and mostly in the sort of point of use samples that we took. So we took source samples and point of use samples. There's a lot of microbial growth happening in the system, after the water enters the farm or the processing facility. We're seeing a lot of microbial contamination with gram-negative bacteria. Again, those are like your Pseudomonas and related organisms. We did see that surface waters had the highest risk for microbial contamination. I don't think anybody is surprised to hear that. Municipal water came into the farm with the lowest level. By the time it was used at the parlor level, just as high as everything else. So that's where this next project is going to focus in on how do we mitigate the growth of microbes in the system on the farm. And then we were able to detect E. coli and Listeria in those water samples at a fairly low rate, 16.7% for E. coli and 11% for Listeria. But because these are both animal health related organisms as well as human health related organisms, I think it's really important for us to understand how do we mitigate those as well.
About 5 minutes, Nicole.
At the dairy processing facility, again, gram negatives are a big issue. We see a lot of issues with reclaimed water systems. These systems are not meant to be clean. They were not designed to be clean, and we're working with a lot of facilities now after we went in and did this testing on, okay, like let's get this cleaned up because it's introducing a lot of contamination. And then on the aerosols piece, which was the second part of that study, we recruited 10 facilities and we looked at the aerosols at 3 different points during the process before they started up, after they started up, and then sort of midway in their production. We tested aerosols using a couple of different methods at the point of interest. So in a fluid milk facility, this would be sort of at the point of filling where the aerosols have an opportunity to get into the product. And then at a point that was, about 1 to 2 meters away from that. So we wanted to understand how is it dispersing through the facility. What we found is that was actually really interesting that the aerosols were much higher at the point further away from the point of interest than at the point of interest, which is important because most facilities have more than one line running at a time. And so the contamination opportunity for one line is actually influencing another line. And that's very important from the perspective that what we saw is when cultured dairy products were being run, those lactic acid bacteria from those cultured products were traveling through the air to other places in that facility. And we have a lot of issues with facilities who run buttermilk and fluid milk or run other cultured products and fluid milk in the same facilities with cross-contamination. And it looks like the air is probably one of the big pathways for that. So that was a cool outcome. I'm skipping. We're going. So the next 3 we are in the middle of, so I won't spend a ton of time. The first one is on contamination in ice cream manufacturing facilities. We are in the midst of sampling. We have our plants and we're doing this longitudinal sampling. We see that inclusions are a big risk for microbial contamination. So this is like if you add a chip or a walnut or whatever, this is where we're seeing a lot of the contamination that ends up in the finished product coming from, and then the environment is also a big issue. So these are 2 areas that we're going to spend more time looking at as we go forward, but we are still in the midst of doing that sampling. The next one is the characterization of spores in cocoa powder. This one, I already presented this at the mid-year. We've moved on to doing lab scale trials on the different pasteurization parameters to identify what an optimum heat treatment is to keep the shelf life of chocolate milk on the longer end. So this is our setup in the lab. Smells great when you're pasteurizing chocolate milk in the lab. I do a lot of manure studies too, right? So, walking into the lab and smelling chocolate milk is a little different than walking into the lab and smelling other things. So we're going to keep going with that. And then focus in on that thermoactinomyces. And then the last one is the gas producing spores in dairy powders. This one is so cool, guys. So we characterized the isolates that we had. We have a collection of over 7,000 isolates. did sequencing and identified which ones are our targets for gas production. And you're not going to be able to read this, but notice that Bacillus licheniformis, which is the most common spore forming bacteria in bulk tank milk, is a gas producer. So that's obviously concerning for us. In fact, it accounted for about 34% of the total number of isolates that were producers of gas. This is how we screen these, just in test tubes with broth. We inoculate those with the isolate, and then we put a layer of solid paraffin wax on the top. And if the organism produces gas, it pushes that paraffin wax to the top. If it doesn't, it stays on the top of the media. And you can see this is our positive control. This is a Clostridium. We expect it to produce gas. It produced a lot of gas. This is Bacillus licheniformis. Doesn't produce a ton of gas. It's just a little bit. But because it's so common in dairy, that is a relevant outcome for us. And then another group called Bacillus. That one is not very common. We don't see it a lot. We occasionally see it, but it also produces a lot of gas. So that one is relevant to us as well, just because of the amount of gas. We did this screening on a bunch of different organisms, and this breaks it down. But what you can notice is most of them produce a kind of a smaller amount of gas. But a lot of these are very, very common, with the exception of that Colibacillus. So we're continuing with our challenge studies for this project in UHT milk and in a model cheese system. That's it.
Nice.
Did I do it in my 5 minutes?
You did great.
She can breathe. All right. And
Question.
here are some photos of my team, my wonderful team.
Questions. We always take questions, no matter what we are on time, because that's important.
How are you?
Jason, Sarah, any questions for Dr. Martin?
You know, I think a lot of the stuff she's doing is super important, and just trying to inspire some of our people to pay attention to what's going on down there in the communication. I think it's so important. So.
Yeah, and Jason, thank you so much. I will say that we've got a lot of interest in these projects, and I've got calls virtually every week with different processors who, you know, especially on these gas producing spore formers and the cocoa powder project, they're really excited about getting this data. So I think there's a lot of interest out there.
Very good news. Yep.
Sarah, do you have anything?
No, just want to say thanks for all you do. This is great information. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I appreciate you.
It's, I think, very educational to all of us, and hopefully actually on the promotion side too, I'm sure that everybody's soaking it in and realizing we have a great product and we're trying to make it better every
That's
single
right.
day.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Yeah, the investment that you guys are making to move these products into a space where they perform better. I mean, honestly, from a promotion perspective, I think no other state is putting the investment in to make these products perform better like this. So I think it is an opportunity.
I think the 21-day shelf life taste test is fantastic. I mean, that proves we as dairy farmers are doing a little better job too.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is impressive.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The symposium that you're having in
Yep.
a week or whatever, is
Oh,
that,
yeah, what's the?
do you have industry people coming to that?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, so this was an invite only, in-person only, sort of closed door thing, because this is a really sensitive topic for our industry partners. The fact that we have, how many companies, 20 companies represented, 21 companies represented, representing every major powder manufacturer. We know that this is an issue that they're very concerned about, because they're showing up and they're willing to talk about it in front of
It's all
of
around
their-
sports.
all around sports.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, anybody that has powder plant or.
That's right.
And it goes all the way back to the farms. It
Yeah.
starts at the farm.
That's right. That's right. It's a system-wide issue, and there are very few controls of these spores. So you know, unlike Pseudomonas, you bring it in, you pasteurize, or Listeria or Salmonella, right? We can just pasteurize and we feel really good about the safety of it afterward. That doesn't work with spores, right? And so there are a number of spore-forming pathogens that are of a great deal of concern, especially for these products where we have very, very sensitive populations who are, that's all they consume, right? So this is a a big issue, and we'll have some outcomes to share from that symposium or from that consortium after the fact. But I think just the fact that we have all of these people who are willing to talk in the same room is evidence of how important this is.
Anything else? Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Casey, where's our pups?
Kids ate them all.
Kind of disappointed.
Claire lost your blanket this morning. It's not a good morning.
Was that Nutella on the touch?
It's like, how do you, no, that was Land O'Lakes cinnamon butter. Cinnamon and brown sugar butter that Hanford's carrying that is gone over in the Pew household like wildfire. When you see him with just the spoon, you're like, no, that has to go on. So I've been here for a little while. I just ran into Dr. Barbano out there and I think the duct tape finally came off. I've got some homework from him.
Wow. Is going to present.
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah.
Amelia Miller.
New
There's-
challenges.
There's a lot of excitement.
Yes.
Amelia, she's on there.
All right.
Hi,
Hi,
Katie.
everyone. Good morning. Good to see you all. Thanks for having us for our final report for Dairy in the Classroom for fiscal year 25. I want to start out just, of course, by saying thank you. And I'm so happy to be here and talk about our successes and challenges over the last year. I also want to start out by just talking about who we are and what we do, right? So as a reminder, this program works with cooperative extension counties. So this year we were in 21 different counties, and it's administered by us, New York Agriculture in the Classroom. Agriculture in the Classroom, we are a state grant funded program. So we were lucky, fingers crossed, this year to be in the executive budget. And then as the budget process continues, we hope that the legislator will agree to keep New York Agriculture in the Classroom, talking about and promoting agriculture across the board. Keep us flat funded is what we're hoping for at that $500,000 level. That $500,000 level allows us to do our programs that help support classroom teachers. So we don't have the ability, like we do in Dairy in the Classroom, to hire Ag in the Classroom educators in every county. Some states do. My friends in Illinois, they have a very cool system where they can hire Ag in the Classroom educators in each of their counties. But we are able to do that through the vehicle of Dairy in the Classroom. At Ag in the Classroom, I have one program specialist who helps administer our grants and scholarships. I have an educator who teaches across New York State, and me, and that's who we have. So we have a staff person for part-time for Dairy in the Classroom, and then we have, through other state money, a New York City-based educator. So that's why we focus at New York Ag in the Classroom on helping teachers use food and ag in their classrooms by giving them programs, lessons, and training. Now, I may have shared this in the past and maybe not, but we are sister programs with New York FFA. So when a teacher, a school district wants to talk about food and agriculture, they can come to our trio of programs. We work with the formal school day, and that's why so much of our program is focused on being able to help classroom teachers, because we work with formal ed. We don't really focus on after school or volunteer-based programs. Our niche is however a school wants to incorporate agricultural education, they can come to Ag in the Classroom if they're a pre-K through 12th grade teacher who maybe has no background in ag, or they can go to our sister program, Agricultural Education and FFA. And so that's where they start high school agriculture programs. They charter FFA chapters, and our friends in FFA just had their 100-year celebration and chartered 100 brand new chapters in the last 10 years and celebrating those successes. That means I get pulled in to help at state FFA convention, and they have to come help me at my events. So we work really well together. And our job is when a school comes to us, we find the right model for them. So Dairy in the Classroom allows us to do something that we've never been able to do before, which is direct student education through this team of 21 counties. And Cooperative Extension is a great partner and vehicle for that because they have such strong relationships already in their counties. This is a list of our
programs that we worked with in this last fiscal year. We added 2 new counties, and one was Chemung County, and the other was adding New York City as a second grant because they wanted to expand their program. So that means that New York City, they were able to expand boroughs is how they set up their program. So now they're in Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Queens. And they have about 3 schools in each of those boroughs that their educators are working with. So they spread their work amongst more educators doing this work and hitting those different schools. So it was a unique model. We were excited to help with their growth and development.
Any idea numbers of kids that's touching?
Oh, I would have to look specifically, but they are, because each county is a little bit different. They do longer durations with their students. So for example, the one school is a high school program, and they are in there 3 times a week over 6 weeks with that same group of students working with a chef instructor. So sometimes their models are a little bit different than what it would look like in an Oneida County program.
And that's all
But I can
based,
pull that out.
I'm sorry. That's all based on dairy?
Yes, yep, that's dairy.
6
only
weeks,
dairy.
3 days a week?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 3 days over 6 weeks.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, 3 days
I
over
thought it
6,
was
I'm
3
sorry
days
if
a
I
week,
said that right.
6 weeks. I
So
mean-
they do like 6-week
Now we're
modules.
getting really good money. Thanks for
Yeah.
out there.
So it's in a variety, they're hitting, but like every week is a different deep dive into a different dairy product
Okay.
and how they can use it.
All right. Good. Well, yeah, but the amount of kids that they're touching,
Yeah.
it's gotta be huge.
And it ranges, so that program is a more high school based program, a secondary program, which is exciting for us because we don't touch a lot of secondary programs in dairy in the classroom. And they're one of the counties that do a lot of secondary, which we really love. And then they have middle school, elementary too. So taking a look at action item 1, we were able to, I like to put action item 1 and 2 together because they really support one another. The largest portion of our grant is those giving those grants to as many counties as we can every year. So we were able to award 21 grants we went over a little bit in this budget line because what we're seeing is just really good for us. These counties are having really good retention with their educators. So those educators are staying longer and we pay them more money every year. Well, the counties pay them more money every year. So their materials and supplies dollars in some of those counties that have been with us for 5 years are getting a little bit tighter. So we were able to do some creative things like, for example, we asked them to do this evaluation this year. We paid for their printing of those pages. Some counties just didn't have the printing budget to print those 1 page for every student in the program. We helped them with that. We helped them with gallon Ziploc bags, portion cups. So a little bit of this and that. So we ended up going over a little bit in this line, but we saved a little bit in our other lines. We're going to meet Dr. Amelia Miller, who helped with our evaluation. She didn't use as much time as we expected her to use. So we saved some funds there to be able to support those county programs. And sometimes, like, because I live in Lewis County and Oneida County was like, we have no more gallon bags. I had a whole bunch left over from Ag Literacy Week last year. I just dropped them off at the fairgrounds and they had a couple thousand more bags. And that was from Ag class. So, you know, we're all helping each other out in these programs. We were able to have about 74,000 hours of instruction, and we were in about 2,600 classrooms, different classrooms throughout the year, in different, throughout our programming. We're able to exceed our number of students reached, was exciting for us. And we try as much as possible to have dairy exposures for those students of product to get them to try something different, a connection to just expanding their understanding of what dairy products are produced. And we see a little bit of everything. Milk comes out at the top. Sometimes chocolate milk gives it a run for its money as the top product tried, but we are seeing lots of cottage cheese. We are seeing dabblings into kefir. We're seeing dabblings into all sorts of things. And so we can see here that dairy is included as a conversation, such as in this is Schenectady County, and she has a pumpkin pie in a bag, which has milk in it. So they make pumpkin pie in a bag. We're talking about pumpkins, and we're able to have an intersection of dairy in that conversation. That dairy is a an ingredient that's an essential ingredient to make other foods that we really enjoy. So not always specifically about the product, but also about how we use it in other ways in what we eat and what we enjoy. We also have some pictures of Wendy in Herkimer County. She is just the cheese queen, and we call her a curd nerd, whatever she wants to be called. She is making cheese. She's making cheese at farms. She's making cheese in classrooms. She's making cheese everywhere. And so these students are getting great experience of having a cooking experience with Wendy. And lots of our counties are making cheese with their students, but I think Wendy's the queen. She gets the crown. And then we have, this is in Seneca County, and they wanted to do an exposure of their high school students. They learn about different cheeses, and then they get a chance to try them. So you can see they even have a palate cleanser here. And then not only are they trying these different cheeses and trying to match after I've learned about it, can I identify it? But then they also have to do some sensory descriptions about that product. And then they talk about what they can do with each of those products. So Seneca County does a great job. If you remember, I brought Erin from Cayuga County's very cool board game last time. She had that board game all over her school. So she said the feedback has been incredible from the students, that they really enjoy. You can see even those two girls are very interested in what they're doing. They have a snack of cheese while they're playing the game. And so that's been a big hit, and other counties are getting excited to model that. And she tested it with us at our Dairy in the Classroom in service, and got some of the kinks out. And then she's been implementing it pretty much since November on in her classrooms. And then we're talking about phases of matter, right? Because we want our conversations to be content connected. And that's the hardest part for a lot of these educators. I don't give them lessons that they can take and that are ready to go through them. We have a curriculum matrix. We have 500 of the best lessons from across the nation that they then have to take those lessons and they have to modify, because my lessons, they're for an hour to 2 hours of instruction. They get nowhere near that. So they have to take the best parts of each lesson and make it fit 30 to 40 minutes. And then they do it over and over again, while also talking to that teacher to ask what it is you're talking about. So they're modifying and implementing lessons on a variety of topics, from phases of matter, from life cycle conversations that's matching the weather units in 3rd grade that they have to. So they're pairing up, what does a life cycle on a farm look like during the seasons, and how might that be challenging? So it's these content connected pieces. And then our upper grade levels, they're talking about climate. They're talking about carbon as it comes to food and agriculture, taking our lessons that we provide, modifying them for the timeframes that they have. So we, especially with New York, as you know, graduation standards are changing, evolving. We're not sure, we work closely with Antonia on a blue ribbon panel for K-12 ag education. And we're wondering how can we be part of the changes that are happening? And climate is a major piece of what students are required to learn. So we want to make sure that when we're talking about climate and agriculture, that they're getting resources from us and maybe not some other places. We also, just final results of some of our engagement. Everyone wants to be on the farm, and it's not just the farm, it's everywhere in between. So our on-farm visits have exploded, and you can see that our virtual opportunities, a lot of people have, if they want to show something, they already have something in the can. They've already done something over the years. They have footage that they've done before of robotic milkers that they could pull and show, or whatever topic they're trying to have. So we didn't hit our full target for virtual field trips this year, but I think it's just because our counties already have so much content available, and they are putting a priority on bringing kids to the farm. So we have Albany County. Something that we talk about formal school day, but our educators are really ingrained in summer enrichment programs. So their work doesn't stop in the summer. They're in summer school programs. They're in summer rec programs, having those consistent relationships. Summer rec loves it, summer school loves it. So they're in every week of those summer school programs and then are able to do like a culminating visit to a farm. Instead of going to a park, they take them for a farm experience. And that's what happened here in Albany County. And they got a chance to feed cats, which is like core memory experience. And then we also, Albany Schenectady County also brought their students to SUNY Cobleskill, which they love because they got to see farm and processing. So they were doing dairy samples at the farm processing or the dairy processing center. And then this is Wyoming County over here to the side. And this was a fall field trip that they offered. And you can see they made a classroom inside the barn and had some of their presenters cycling into the students with some touch points. You know, we do our 2 contests, ice cream challenge, mac and cheese. I've dug into those quite a bit before. We had 9,000 students across the state participate amongst those 2 contests. Mac and cheese still gets the most. There are like 270 submissions. And ice cream challenge is like at 180. But still, teachers love this program. They love what they're able, the creativity they see from their students. Our winners for mac and cheese, which, you know, we're just finishing up. The first place winner for high school was from Nassau County, from a very affluent high school, actually. And their submission was mac and kim cheese. So their student wanted to show their heritage and their culture, and that's the lesson they created, and they were excited to win. And then in Southampton, so on, you know, Suffolk County, way on the end of Long Island, we had the middle school winner was garlic mac and cheese pot pie. So that was their take. It's a very creative things coming out of these students. So they come up with very, very neat things. So those contests are still killing it in a lot of ways. We also do those professional learning opportunities for teachers. This is when we bring them to us. We are able to tour farms, processing plants. We came just under in this budget area. We did 3 trainings this year. We did 1 in Steuben County. We went to HP Hood, and we also were based at Lismore Dairy in our port. So they got to have their training, and they were very distracted with the Rotary parlor right outside their observation window, and they were exceptional hosts to us. And so the teachers really love being able to go see a processing plant. That, you know, I creep a little bit to see what teachers say about the training. And one teacher posted on Facebook so many great photos, and she had a picture of the control panel for the Rotary. And she's communicating it to her people. She says, they need computer engineers too. Like, it was this revolution. She just wanted everyone else to know that this is what they need. So we're glad that some of those themes are really coming through. The teachers are able to explore, understand, see dairy processing production, and then we model experiences and lessons. They then get to take those materials to do that experience. So we're not saying go find your own hot plates, go find your own cheese graters or bring them in from home. We're giving them the classroom set so that they can take it back and they can do the mac and cheese lessons and the cottage cheese making lessons and sour cream making lessons like we saw at HP Hood. And actually Dr. Martin was a topic of conversation when we went to HP Hood because she was just the rock star. And I said, you know Dr. Martin? She said, oh, I know Dr. Martin. We just had a love fest over Nicole. So we also, if you remember, we had our state conference where we were going to Spring Hope Farm, and so these are some photos of Spring Hope and Albany and Schenectady County. They wanted to do theirs at SUNY Cobleskill. We did that this fall too. So you can see just some photos. Our state conference, every single attendee went to the dairy farm, and they also attended dairy lessons. So it wasn't a targeted dairy training, but we made sure dairy was served at every single meal. We made sure that they had a chance to visit and meet a farmer and have lessons from our dairy in the classroom educators during the conference that they could take back to their classrooms. And so we were lucky to have Terry Donito there with us. She's on our advisory committee, and Terry, she can give her own tour anytime, any place. It doesn't matter where she is. And she was was able to help step in. 25% of our attendees from the state conference were from New York City. So this was a lot of their first time on a dairy farm. So it was exciting to have them engage and see. And I think Terry was at the birthing, and so we like had our own little mini birthing center experience there. And they didn't want to get it back on the bus.
So, quick question, how accommodating is SUNY Cobblestone?
They were great. They were.
I just wondered.
I'm an alum, so I don't know if that helped or not, but they were wonderful to us. They had some transition in leadership, but they made sure they had a high quality tour for us. The teachers loved going to the processing center. We then also brought them down to their little retail market, and the new provost, she helped create like the market experience. So she was able to talk about how the ag business students get a chance to do dairy retail marketing in that space. And then we actually have a picture here in the center, one of their culinary instructors, because culinary has kind of been absorbed into the ag school at SUNY Cobleskill. It's changed since I've been there, which I think is great. But they had a chef instructor who was able to help teach them some techniques in making, I think we were doing mac and cheese that day, that they were able to implement into their process. So they really gave us a full, well-rounded experience. They were very good to us.
Just hoping that all the goals align to the same thing, that's all.
Yeah.
That was, I guess more of the question is knowing what are you expecting from SUNY Cobleskill to present to your educators?
They were open arms to us. They asked us what our goals were, and so we communicated just like we do with our students. And we walk into working with teachers the same way we go into working with students. It may be their first time on a farm. We want them to understand that, yes, food is produced on a farm, and we know that we can buy it in the store. We want them to understand every step in between. So for them to see the processing plant, and then go to the retail marketing, they were talking about pricing. How do students determine those prices? And you could see they were doing calculations in their head of how can I communicate this and do pricing with my students. So they were just teachers take bits, and we have K through 12 who come to these trainings. So they need to scale it, and they're masters at scaling concepts, but we wanted them to see every single step in the process from farm to eating the product. And then they can give that information back to their students. And then finally, we're talking action 4. This is where we have our dairy in the classroom in service. And we also originally, if you remember, we had in here our evaluation, but we ended up moving that to salary. Well, that'll be the next piece for our evaluation project. But just quickly on our dairy in the classroom in service is we are busting at the seams in space. We were at CCO NIDA this past year, and we almost did not fit in there because counties have to bring one person. They have to send at least one person to this in service. But they're sending 2, they're sending 4 because they're really finding, and I'm not, they're finding, I don't want to shoot my own heart, right? I talk about with my daughter a lot, but they find there's no other place for them to get this individualized development, whether they're only doing dairy or they're doing some ag in the classroom, general education in their county. They really need a place to talk with one another about what their struggles are as what are their problems? How are other people overcoming these problems with things like scheduling, things of what products are you using to help transport, they do a little bit of everything. So they have their own challenges, and it's a good place for them to talk about how they overcome that in their schools. Every county has to bring their favorite lesson and teach it. So and then that's where they get the inspiration. So they might be teaching one lesson and they're like, well, I already teach that. But that person is teaching it a way that they've never thought to teach it, or to a different grade level. And so that really opens their eyes. And if we think about agriculture, we immediately think about science connections, which is a base in what we do. But they are expanding those grade levels. So if somebody did chocolate milk taste testing of all these chocolate milks from the region, the students got to taste all of them. And then they make an ELA connection where they have to do profiles. They have to choose one of those chocolate milks that was their favorite. And then they have to do a profile of that farm. So they have to either interview the farmer, they have to do research, and then they have to communicate like a argumentative essay style about what is their favorite. They're also doing art components. So one county was talking about grains and grains that we use on the farm. And so she had an outline of a cow, and they were able to talk about those grains and create a mosaic. So they had an art connection. And so those opportunities allow them to touch products in a different way, other than just exploring what's in front of them. So we did a farm tour. We went to Jen Collins' farm. Jen is extension educator in Herkimer County, but is an Oneida County farmer. And we were focused on the concept of innovation with them this year. And they were able to learn how Jen's family just installed a soybean dryer, and how they're working with the farm. They bring farmers to dry for them also. And so those were great new concepts for some of our educators to be able to bring back to their own county. And I want to talk about our evaluation project. So if you remember, we did a line item switch because we were able to use the services of our National Center for Ag Literacy, the people who create the lessons, build the matrix. We used those services for no cost. That was great until we had a federal funding cut. And Dr. Amelia Miller, who's on, she unfortunately was a casualty of that. So after Amelia was not able to continue after July 1, we hired her July 1 to work part-time for us to develop a 3-prong evaluation project of dairy in the classroom. We've been going for 5 years. We want to see how we're doing and where we need to go. And we wanted to develop and implemented a mentor program with our educators. She was able to do a teacher motivation survey, and she was able to do a student knowledge assessment of their agricultural literacy. And Amelia is, she's based in Michigan, so she's joining us online today.
We got 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, you got 5
We
minutes.
still got
Amelia.
questions.
Sorry, I'm sorry. All right, I'm going to hand out some one-pagers, but Amelia, let's take it over. Oh.
You're off mute, but we cannot hear you. Still can't hear you, Amelia.
Amelia, you there?
Just muted or something.
I think it looks like she's trying. I can see the audio.
Or to throw, increase your speaker volume. And my volume, I did that.
All right, well, while Amelia is doing that, Amelia just cut me off. Oh, are you there?
Oh. I heard something. Amelia, I'm gonna try to send you a chat message, trying to troubleshoot with you
All right.
while Katie thinks of it.
While we're doing that, so I wanted to, Amelia just wanted to put a basis. Our goal at Agriculture in the Classroom is to have students be able to communicate and understand the source and value of how agriculture impacts their daily lives.
Morning.
Hey, there she is. Hi, girl.
Yay.
Go
Sorry
right
about
ahead.
that. All right. Different web technology is always fun. Good morning, everybody. So as Katie mentioned, so looking at agriculture literacy, I'm honored to follow Dr. Martin's presentation, because I think when we think about a lot of the science that she was discussing, as you think through what her presentation included, we can think a lot about the consumer decisions related to some understanding and comprehension of that science. And so when we think about agriculture literacy, we realize that an entire population, our entire population, is not ever going to have that in-depth understanding to the level that she presented at, but we can see those nuggets of information that at a basic level, we want people to have some understanding of to make those consumer choices related to the products and understanding of consumer recalls and things like that. When we particularly talk about dairy, but agriculture as a whole. And so it's great to follow her presentation that unknowingly set some context for what we did here in this study. So the first part, as Katie mentioned, was this facilitator mentorship program. And I think that Katie already did an excellent job explaining the value of having those CCE educators together and learning together from each other. And so this really allowed them to have a concerted focus on brand new staff to facilitating dairy in the classroom. And we were able to bring those mentorship pairs together, allow them some time to learn from one another, and even seasoned mentors who participated in the program really highlighted some ways that they felt they bettered their program by mentoring someone new. They were able to kind of see with fresh eyes some things that they had been doing where they could improve or gain new ideas from each other as well. So in front of you, you have that one pager that goes into much more detail on the mentorship program. But I'll continue on here in the teacher survey. So we were able to get about 13% of teachers participating in dairy in the classroom just in the fall. So this ran from October through December of participants in dairy in the classroom across 17 counties. So that's really a bulk of counties represented in the program responding. And what we really cared about in this is how well the dairy in the classroom materials connected to the teachers' materials that they're required to teach already. So as you know, New York State graduation requirements and across the country, graduation requirements and curriculum requirements for schools are highly important. It's also noted as a barrier often for agriculture in the classroom type activities or any type of field trip or guest speaker type activities, that it has to tie to curriculum needs. And that's something that the value of the National Center for Agriculture Literacy and National Agriculture in the Classroom bring to dairy and other educational outreach programs is having those standards connected lessons. And so this shows us that teachers really felt that our programming tied well with what they required to teach. Next slide. And then we also see some teacher, again, this kind of how comfortable would they be using the curriculum. So that next step is like, yes, you've had our dairy in the classroom presenter come in. And as Katie mentioned, in some programs that looks different. It's multiple times spread out over a whole school year. It's reiterations of grade levels. So students may see the same educator for dairy in the classroom in 3rd grade and 4th grade and 5th grade, or maybe every other grade level. But some schools, don't see them as frequently. So we want to see, how are the teachers feeling? Are they thinking that they're comfortable using the materials and that they're able to present those materials within their curriculum in other ways? So we see that in this information here on the screen. The other thing that's of prime importance is this last piece, that they believe their students have a stronger understanding of the careers that support the dairy industry and associated fields. Surveying students is difficult. I'll talk about the student evaluation next, but for a lot of reasons. Across grade levels, regardless of how well we write the assessments and how much time we spend validating and testing an assessment before we give it to students, you're going to have a classroom with varying reading abilities, with varying comprehension abilities. You're going to have various external factors about the environment in a classroom on a given day, not even to mention then the permissions of involving minors in research that make surveying students complicated. So when we think about the teacher responses, and you can see more on your one pager, it's really important. These teachers see these students every day. They have an existing relationship that's stronger with their students than what our dairy in the classroom educators have. So for the teachers to say that they feel that their students are gaining something, that they feel that their students see a value in agriculture and in the dairy industry, those are really important key markers for us to continue to validate this kind of intervention, this kind of outreach with ag in the classroom and dairy in the classroom into these schools, because the teachers are seeing a difference in their students. And to me, that speaks, even louder than the information in the student evaluation. So when we move to the student evaluation, though, and take a look at that, I draw your attention.
We need to be wrapping up.
Okay, to the one pager, you can see that students are they are gaining something from dairy in the classroom. Now, we didn't, in a one semester survey, we weren't doing, pre-post. So we weren't necessarily evaluating exactly what they gained from dairy in the classroom, but we're looking at their agricultural understanding as a whole, because as we know, these presentations touch on cattle feed, they touch on processing, they touch on technology use and mechanical use of equipment in agriculture. So it is giving that student that industry-wide perspective of the dairy products that they are using. And we can see that students are gaining from these lessons. There's a lot more in the one pager, and I'd really encourage you to dive in and read those. And then as time allows, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Katie or Dr. Amelia?
Very good information on that one pager.
Yes.
I mean, there's good information there, so I think it's a great program. Keep trying to see it, keep expanding is great too. So.
No, and Amelia will be able to also give each county a breakdown of how their students did in that assessment too. So they're going to get some individual feedback of maybe some areas of agriculture that they aren't hitting, they had some troubles with, that they could dive in a little bit more. And maybe some of those are not necessary for them to touch on, like you'll see in the one pager, oranges, they think they grow in New York, they do not. But we talk a lot about New York agriculture with these students. So when they see New York.
How was that funded, that work?
The evaluation, the development of that evaluation was funded through the National Center for Agricultural Literacy. That is a national tool, and Amelia, jump in. It's the only tool that is validated out there, available for use across the country, a validated tool of assessment of how agriculturally literate students are. Would you add more to that, Amelia?
No, I think you did a great job with that, Katie.
So how do you do evaluations of county educators?
The evaluation of county educators, they're reapplying every year and talking about their successes, what they're changing for the next year. We have touch points at least twice a year with the counties when they're applying for the grant, and we have a mid-year check-in every single year. So in July, we spend 1 hour Zooms with 21 counties, having what are you doing well? What are your challenges? And what can we help you with? Those are the three main questions that we ask. And we have some conversations. It helps me get some red flags if something is wrong. And then we can adjust and change that. The counties are in charge of their own evaluation of their educators and how they're doing in their progress. But every month, they have to submit their program reports and their financial reports. So they have every month on the 15th, they're due for the previous month. So they have 2 weeks to get last month's data in. If they don't submit that, they usually are feeling guilty themselves and they tell us if it's going to be late, but we're able to look every single month at their progress. So if we see that there's a lack of lessons that's outside of what their normal levels are, we touch base, say, is everything okay? Or you haven't submitted financials, what's going on? So that's Josie's job, who's our admin. She makes sure everyone has their reports submitted every single month. Mid-year, we say, are you on your target goals for spending your funds? Because we're adding up how much they've spent already and making sure they're on track for a December 31 spend down.
Are you looking to add more counties, or are you kind of maxed out?
I wasn't going to share this today for this fiscal year 25. We just added 2 more counties from the funds that you were able to give us for 26. We added 2 new counties. I had 12 applications from counties for 2 spots. So the interest is high. So we added Ulster County and Cattaraugus County. So Ulster is really our first Hudson Valley county, but there were a lot of applications from the Hudson Valley, from every portion of New York, Suffolk County, from all over, everywhere. And counties want this program.
That's good that we know that though.
Yeah. It was hard. It took us a little bit longer to decide because, it was 26, but we're glad we have a good, there's just good feelings about this program and the work that it's doing, because this program helps them leverage other funding other places.
I was gonna say, I think for the county, going back to the counties, to see the counties see that the work is getting done is also important, because a lot of county budgets are rough.
It's hard. It's hard. And so this money, and because we prepay, they are so grateful that it's not a reimbursement. And so just like you do with us, prepay us a month, we do that with them. And they are very grateful for that, to have that flow coming in every quarter. And it just, not only can they show their success, communicate that success to other funding parties, and use it as an example of the work that they're doing and the great progress they're making. They've been able to add educators in a lot of our counties through BOCES partnerships with COSA reimbursement programs. Schools are contracting with the counties to bring them in, you know, as many as 5 to 8 times a month in their school districts. So they're able to hire more educators and spread this work out amongst more educators.
Super.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it greatly. Tanya. It's okay. You took 10 minutes of Tanya's time. I'm sorry. She doesn't need it. Tanya talks fast.
I will not be sending you any more recipes, Katie.
Don't worry, we don't leave anybody out.
That's
Most of
okay.
the time.
So we'll get to this, but we have 2 Katie Carpenters now, so I inadvertently sent Katie a nice recipe that she thanked me for, so. So we're gonna try to confuse you in June with both Katie Carpenters. So thank you for having us. Thank you for supporting us. The last time we stood before you, we were in major transition, and we're through transition, and we're very excited to be here. So for those of you who don't know me, Tanya Van Slyke, Executive Director of Milk for Health, Kendra Lamb, President of Milk for Health, and online is more board members and other team members. So they're listening in, and Heather Woodis, who is our treasurer, is on if we have any additional questions, so she's able to pop in. So before we begin, I just really want to highlight, again, it's been a year of transition for Milk for Health. And those of you who know me know that I say it's all about the people. And this board of directors at Milk for Health is incredible. And our team is incredible because what we do isn't just about our role, but we're all farmers as well. So everything we do is meaningful. And I can't be more excited to share with you today and to have Kendra help us share what we've been doing at Milk for Health in 2025. So we're going to get into each individual section, but you have our CAT about our achievements and where we have more opportunity. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We wanted to start with the Buffalo Bills partnership, or excuse me, Buffalo Bandits partnership.
But also
I'm
go
ready.
Bills.
I'm ready for the new season.
Go Sabres too.
Yeah.
The Sabres,
Go
yeah.
Sabres.
It's an
Killing it.
exciting time to be a Buffalo fan in general.
Yep.
The Buffalo Bandits partnership is pretty incredible. And I know that the last time we were here, we had some questions about what does that look like for dairy farmer dollars and investment. And I think Kendra and I are here to tell you, after participating in the banner raising opening game this year, we can't be more proud of what we do with the Bandits as the influencer and working with dairy farmer dollars. And so one of the places Kendra and I fell short when we sent our report in is actually identifying the social media engagement with the Bandits. And I'm just going to talk about that here. That number that you see on that slide isn't wrong. Almost 52 million engagements with social media because of the Bandits. The Bandits are really great at tagging Milk for Health, and I'll show that in a minute. But we are listed as an official partner with the Buffalo Bandits. So it's not just writing a check, it is true engagement. So we just wanted to share this with you a little bit. So this is going to the Bandits game in November. So we changed what the Dasher boards say. So they now say Milk for Health, Milk for Life, Milk for Champions. And that circulates throughout the game. We're permanently on the boards over here. You see Milk for Health over on the boards. You could see we were on the scoreboard. And as they led up to their opening game in November, where they were going to raise their 3rd championship flag, we were on every post that week. So there's a tremendous amount of engagement. Additionally, we actually get to choose a game, and they chose for us the banner raising game to show their commitment to us. So we got to go, and Lactalis donated cheese sticks. So as soon as fans came up the escalator, which there's anywhere from 16 to 18,000 fans per game, they were met by Milk for Health. So we were there with a spinning wheel to play dairy trivia with them and to hand out cheese sticks. And that's an additional story. So handing out those Lactalis cheese sticks, people would say, where do these come from? They're right here in Buffalo, right? So consumers don't always know there's been a brand name change. So they're enjoying a delicious dairy snack, they're learning facts, and they realize that dairy farmers are a partner for the Buffalo Bandits.
And I just have to say the atmosphere. So, I mean, I've been to Sabres games, right? The atmosphere at a Bandits game is pretty exciting. And we're fortunate that right now they have their face-off specialist is the milkman. And so literally every time he wins a face-off, they go, the whole place goes, he needs milk. And I'm like, this is incredible. Let me video this. This is so cool. So the promotion that we're getting is just really exciting. And there's a lot of enthusiasm to partner with us. And I know there were some questions too about dairy in the arena for those fans. And there is dairy. And we're continuing those conversations to see if we can do more with that. So
that's the line at Perry's Ice Cream there is pretty long. And we can't give it away, but we have a weekend of Bandits coming up where we have a few activities planned. So we'll report on that in June. But it is a true partnership. And as dairy farmers, you know, Kendra said, we can't reiterate enough, being in those stands and seeing milk everywhere we look and hearing that, because he does one thing. His name's Connor Girl. He does the face off and he's really good. And so when you hear that arena talk about milk, it's a great investment. Oops, you guys warned me.
It's very
warned all
reactive.
of us. It's very. So one of the things that, you know, we've learned as we have taken over the transition and leadership is that a lot of the work that we do at Milk for Health, and I'm sure it's the same with other partners in the room, there's a lot of overlay between streaming, between social, what we're developing in terms of video content and where that lands. So Kendra, I'll let you start to talk about maybe our streaming goals.
Yeah, so with streaming, we have kind of a three-prong approach with different partners that we work with, and the results that we're getting with them are incredible. So one of the groups we work with is Amplified. They're associated with the Buffalo News. Another is Buffalo Advertising, and then also Bone Cold TV. So those are kind of the three big ones that we partner with. Midway through the year, we were a little concerned about meeting our goals. And so really had very frank conversations with those partners, and they stepped it up, and we were able to exceed our goals. So our goal was 12 million impressions, and we were 105% of the goal. And I think now that that communication is a little bit clearer as far as how we're measuring success with them, we're going to only go higher and get more bang for our buck. So we're really excited about that. But we're barely a penny. I think it's 1.5 cents per impression. So the spend there is really good. And what's maybe most impressive that they're super impressed with, these professionals are telling us our completion rate is top notch. It's 98% completion rate, 97% completion rate. The content that we have is really relating with people, and they're seeing it all the way through and getting the full message. So in these, what we've been focusing on, or what our focus was for 2025, was targeting young families and targeting athletes. And so a lot of our messaging was focused around that wholesome nutrition, rehydration, replenishment of nutrients. And those messages were heard. So that was really exciting.
So can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
So are you collaborating with any of this content with anybody else? Is anybody else borrowing this, using it?
It's definitely an opportunity for 2026. So there's definitely conversations going on. Yeah.
So Sharice mentioned this in her presentation. So Milk for Health has been invited to collaborate with NIAC, with Dairy for Good, and with New York Dairy. So we have a meeting next week with New York Dairy to talk about some ideas. They have some ideas we have and how we can collaborate together. So that's something that we're really looking to for 2026.
I mean, obviously your content is resonating.
Yeah.
If you have that high completion rate.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be good if we could get to a larger audience.
100%, right? We want to maximize the dollars and spread it beyond Western New York, right?
And that's something that we've been focusing on, you know, since the transition here in the fall is how can we do more partners? How can we have more partnerships? And how do we not have duplication? And when I talk about Buffalo City Schools in a minute, we'll talk about maybe what makes us unique and what we do is unique. But we just, you know, we're layering the message, and we absolutely should be sharing across collaborators. And so we agree with you on that. But we needed to really dive in more, I think, and understand in the transition what some of these partnerships look like. And, you know, our relationship with Amplified alone is over 5 million impressions. And that's just one partner. So, and so Amplified is part of the Buffalo News. So that is one of the ways it helps us amplify our message is partners that aren't directly related to agriculture, right? So the Buffalo Bandits, the Buffalo News. And then these dig-in videos, which we'll get into in a minute, are another way to get our dairy message out.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, we just showed you we have from streaming, even in streaming, the streaming message, and this was in your presentation, you know, where we talk about when you're looking for a great rehydration option, go to the Dairy Case. You know, even the completion rate for our streaming audio is at 97.84%. So the partners that we've chosen to work with definitely are helping us get the most bang for our buck. So again, talking about the Dig-In series, this is where we are connecting streaming to social media to our website. So we're utilizing, so these Dig-In videos, as you've seen, are on our website. So you can click on them. We showed this at the last meeting. You can watch the video on how to make something that has dairy in it, and then you can print off the recipe. But then while you're there, you can get to the other recipes that we have on there in terms of the dairy recipes. So we're really trying to maximize every dollar that we use to spread that out through a number of different avenues.
And I'll just add to that, the quality of these videos, they're really well done. They're also highlighting local foods because they're highlighting a local chef, a local restaurant, but then also showing someone how they can make it at home. And the other thing that it's hitting for us is that the recipes are ethnically diverse. So it's a really broad range because that's something that we talked about in research that we did a few years ago, was trying to identify other markets, other cultures within Buffalo where there's opportunity to sell more dairy, and it's probably not going to be fluid milk.
I just looked at my hydraulic hearth.
Right? I have to tell you this funny story. So my husband and I just participated in the LEAD alumni trip, and we made pizza in Italy, and they were very firm to tell us that Hawaiian pizza is not authentic. And I was like, well, it is in Buffalo.
I'll have you know.
Just so you know, the hydraulic Hawaiian pizza. So this is a place where I hope I don't get emotional on you. Our interaction in the Buffalo City Schools is incredible. I don't think I ever knew the words gratitude and humble until I started going to these schools. And what makes Milk for Health really unique in our approach with the Buffalo City Schools is that direct interaction week in and week out. So, you know, on any given Saturday, there could be 3 to 8 of us in a different Buffalo City school. And, you know, last Saturday, I showed up at a Buffalo City School program, and these 2 teenage girls said to me, "You're the parfait lady." And I was like, "You're the teenagers that like my parfaits," right? So they volunteer at different schools. And I share that story with you because one of them actually brought their parents and said, "I want you to meet my parents, and I want you to help them understand how you buy these goods to make these parfaits." So that the conversations are meaningful. Another example is a gentleman said to Melinda's on our team, and I'll get to that in a minute. He said to Melinda and I, "Would you like to try a parfait?" And he said, "Isn't like yogurt and cottage cheese for women?" And I was like, I should come with a warning sign right now. So, so we had a great discussion about. He tried the parfait, you know he did. But we had a great discussion about why he felt that way. And it took us into this dialogue about how he grew up in the Buffalo City School program, and his most memorable experience was doing a farm tour and being chased by a rooster in Darien and, you know, milking a cow. And so it took him down this nostalgic lane that said, and then he said, I'm a grandparent and I'm not doing this for my kids. How do I help my grandkids understand the dairy experience? So then we talked about Explore More. He lives right in Buffalo and he didn't even, you know, he lives in his neighborhood. He didn't realize the opportunities that exist there. Kendra, you've done Buffalo City School programs.
Yeah, so we had the opportunity to do a couple of different programs. I brought my kids to one and we made butter and did like a couple of different flavors of butter. The opportunities in the Buffalo City Schools were reaching families that are very diverse, depending on the school that we're in. The income levels can be significantly different and the culture is different within each school. And so really dairy is amazing in terms of affordable nutrition for these families when we're talking about low income families. And that really is important. Like that has my heart, right? That we want to be able to feed people. As a dairy farmer, that makes me really proud that our products have good nutrition and it's affordable for people. So that was a really big highlight of what we focused on. The interactions are incredible. And what's really unique about these Buffalo City School programs is the parents are there. The ones who are buying the groceries, the decision makers in the household are hearing this message with their children, whether it's a grandparent or a parent. The adults have to be with the kids. And we probably should redefine this to call it Saturday Academies because we've expanded it into Niagara Falls. And so as Niagara Falls is growing, we'll be growing with them. And it's just going to give us more opportunities, but that target audience is there for us.
And just to give you an idea, so down here in the corner, we have board director Jerry Variety and his family. That school that he went to, that school sees anywhere from 200 to 300 kids on a Saturday. And the families are coming with them and the families are part of the discussion. So, and as Kendra said, the most impactful thing. Here you can see us, we generally go in onesies, but this day we were doing a training session, including me. So Molly is here in our milk costume, which is generally what I wear because it's a conversation starter. And then we had our spinning wheel where we were doing dairy trivia and making smoothies. You know, so we really talk about the importance of nutrition. And I just want to expand upon what Kendra said, because we're always not just providing a dairy snack, but talking about how we make it. So if you have frozen fruit, you can say, you have this in the freezer, you wait till this is on sale, it costs $6 for these 2 bags. And then you can make a transition from parfaits to smoothies. So Kendra talked about, you know, the diversity. I got to learn a lot about like the Holo population. So one of the things I couldn't have predicted was I got really nervous the first time I had to come and make hot chocolate, because in Pike, we don't have grocery stores. We don't have grocery stores anyway in Pike, but definitely not ones that, you know, where you can go and look for ethnic choices. So I made homemade hot chocolate from scratch. I had no idea what that would turn into, which was all these parents wanting this recipe, which is just selling more dairy, because it's milk, it's sweetened condensed milk, it's chocolate chips, right? They have milk in them, so selling more dairy and whipped cream. You would have no idea, you would just not even understand the children that have never had whipped cream and don't even know it exists. So we've had to learn to, when we do hot chocolate, to have more whipped cream. And I actually had a parent send me an email and said, thank you so much for introducing my child to real whipped cream. We now can have that on our dessert, you know, and, you know, it's just, these are the kinds of experiences that we're having that are selling more product.
And I should have spoken to the goal. So we had a significant increase in our goal for number of programs from 2024 to 2025. And I'm really excited to say that we exceeded our goal and we're on track to just continue to keep the momentum going forward with the Buffalo City School programs.
We knew, like Katie, we were gonna have a hard time staying on time. So Larry, I'm cognizant, we'll keep moving. But I just want to give a shout out to the board. This is an area where we came under budget, and the only reason we came under budget is because our board volunteered tirelessly weekend
Do you
after
think
weekend
it's sustainable?
throughout the fall. Is it sustainable?
Yeah. Cause you did, I circled that and you did a
Right.
lot for.
We did not, obviously, we've been incredibly intentional with our 2026 budget and we did not make that assumption. So we still want to have board interaction. I think the board sees the value of that, but not at the level that we did then.
Sure.
Yeah.
We all volunteered to get to the end of
Right.
2025.
Right.
And so 2026 is built on fiscal responsibility.
All right.
Okay,
I'm going to
sorry,
take on
fairs and
fairs and
events,
events. Okay. So the Erie County Fair is a really great event for us. In scale, it's pretty equal to the New York State Fair in terms of attendance. And I kind of take a similar approach, I'd say, in that we want to be in a couple different places within the fairgrounds. So fairgoers are interacting with Milk for Health in the commercial center. In terms of at our booth, we have a trivia wheel. So they're learning, they have to learn something about dairy. Some people came up and were like, can I just take the milk? And I said, not until you answer a question. Sorry. And so they have to learn something about dairy, and then they're receiving a dairy product. And I'm telling you, the people, they are making a beeline for us. They're like, you have the milk, you have the cheese sticks. There's a demand for it. And that commercial center is far enough away from where the dairy cows are housed that we're hitting people there that might not otherwise see us if we were only down in the dairy barn. So I think those are really impactful. Something that we added this year was the FFA chapters or 4-H clubs could volunteer with us, because staffing the booth can be a challenge. We're required to be there from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day that the commercial center is open for 10 days. And so for that, we gave a donation to those organizations. Their students learned a little something in doing the trivia questions. You know, some of those FFA kids aren't necessarily farm kids, so they were learning along the way. And I think we'll continue to build on that. That was a good experience for both of us. So then in addition to in the commercial center, in the dairy barns, there's a maternity ward. And then they have this dairy row. You can see the Milk for Health banners on both sides as you walk in. They had a refrigerator with dairy products in there so kids could see. It was a interactive play type of space for young children. Where the cows are calving, it's refuel with chocolate milk. There was a lot of signage that went along with that. They've got their Milk for Health crowns and milk from the there's a little kids on the farm portion, the little hands on the farm that they can go through as well. So we were 103% of goal for that, 1.537 million. In addition to Erie County Fair, there's some other events that we do throughout the year. So any public events fall under this category. So Genesee County Kinder Farming, in Orleans County, there's a Down on the Farm event. FFA events, Harvest Festival. So those are some different things that we do. There was Dairy with Barry. So Barry Flansburgh is the guy on the microphone at the maternity ward. And then we also were at the Festival of Lights, which gets a great attendance in the Christmas time. We turned our photo booth into an eggnog carton. People took lots of selfies, and all of them had Milk for Health, milk props, cookies and milk, things like that, that were in their photos that they were then sharing on social platforms. And then we have the opportunity to do engagements, and Tanya can talk a little bit about that.
So okay, so the engagement we did there was,
I'll give a little bit more this time.
thank you, Larry. The engagement we did there was, we had cheese sticks again. It was great. The Lactalis folks came in and did some photo ops with us. So it was great to
I grew 6 inches this year. I need milk because every time I go to Ernest, I drink the cow one. And you guys.
It's working.
Roberta, did you talk to your daughter? Was she one of the ones that was with Sheila?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
that all of you have joined us. And I put on my smiley face.
Back in control.
We did have a little glitch, I believe, the last few minutes of Tanya and Kendra, but I think we've got it fixed. Can everybody see us and hear us now again? Jason, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm back on, Larry. I just wanted to, I'd like to say that I don't know how Kendra and Tanya finished up, but I want to make comment that or call out the yeoman work that the board and Tanya and the group have done to keep to come into a tough situation and continue the programming that Milk Pail's been doing and building on it. I think it's really cool, and I want to share too that last Friday I'm sure she talked about Rob Allen, and I miss it because I couldn't hear, but the school programs and the magic show. And I did go to Alden 2 Fridays ago and caught Rob and Carol's program. And, he is a consummate gentleman, and the engagement he has with the kids with a milk message that the teachers take back. It's wonderful to see. It's a great program. And for doing it for over 50 years, I think it's amazing. So just want to add that, share that.
That's pretty good, and that's pretty good that you probably didn't hear what they had to say at the end. So. No, nothing but good things, Jason. Nothing but good things. Very energetic group by the sounds with their board, and transition sounds like it's going to go forward smoothly, and we're all excited about that here on the DPO board for sure. And the New York dairy farmers should be happy that it's going to go forward smoothly. So now, Nyack. So we have Eileen is virtual, and apparently we have a little cross contamination here with Emma. Emma's jumping in if need be.
Yes.
But, so Eileen, kick it off unless you want the one in the room to do it. You never know.
Well, if Elizabeth didn't fix that computer glitch, then I had a pinch hitter, yes. Well, thank you guys for the time this morning. We're going to start off. You can go right to the next slide. A thank you. We're going to focus on 2 projects today that we received funding from you guys. And that is our Dairy Cow Birthing Center and the Mobile Dairy Experience. So we'll head right into the Mobile Dairy Cow Birthing Center with the next slide. So for the 12th year, we were at the New York State Fair. I'm going to highlight a few of the successes. First, we welcomed our 400th calf since the inception, and the very first Dairy Cow Birthing Center that we had over a decade ago. We had our 6 host farms from a variety of regions, a couple of new host farms, which was really great that even after more than a decade, we are continuing to get host farms that want to be part of this effort. So we thank Spruce Haven, Elmer Richards and Son, and Willow Crest Farm, Venture Farms, Easy Acres, and DeBoover Farm came back for a second time as well. Even after, like I said, more than a decade, we're continuing to get new visitors. Where have you been? This is my first time here. This is amazing. And returning avid fans that come and visit us. So those avid fans are ones that either watch us online every year and come and visit one day. They are, returning visitors that visit us every single day of the fair, and they have since day one. I think they've seen more calves than any of us running the show have seen. This year, we were really fortunate. We had very minimal calving issues. We have really great herds people. We work on some really great protocols. We've really honed in on some of those protocols, just as we do back home on our farms, and we talk about that. Volunteer experience is excellent. We talk to our volunteers, what can we do better? This year it was kind of word of mouth of how do we continue to make that volunteer experience a little bit better each and every year. Really positive. This year we had no undercover activists that we know of. Usually we have at least one. The past 3 or 4 years before this, we've had one from down in the Hudson Valley. Woodstock Farm Sanctuary has shown up undercover, taking some video, and then it shows up usually during the state fair. We alert the state fair. We work together. It doesn't really gain any traction. So we're really excited about that. we love that we have an established location. We have an established location on the west end. We are there again this coming year, which is great. And we have that established brand. People come to the west end looking for us, those returning visitors. Beautiful weather this year. We were not 100 degrees plus every single day, which was great. And then when we get to further online, you'll see our continued online engagement audience continues to increase each year. So we'll go to the next slide. I think most of you have seen this. I think I might have shared it in our pitch in September. This was a really great story, and it's actually going to move forward into this year with some invitations to these folks. So we had a gentleman show up at the fair, and he wanted to see where Brian was. Well, Brian is not part of the birthing center. Brian is part of the mobile dairy experience, but he'd heard Brian on the microphone. But what this picture boils down to is this is the captain of the Maid of the Mist in Niagara Falls watching the birthing center as she is guiding the boat in Niagara Falls. So what's really exciting is we're going to reach out to these folks when our mobile dairy experience is in Western New York and invite them out to meet some farmers at some of our mobile dairy experiences. So we're excited to bridge that gap between our programs and really kind of bring them together and again continue these conversations, not just online, not just in person at one event, but move them forward to multiple. So on the next slide, we'll talk about our wall of knowledge. This is just another avenue of how we showcase information at the birthing center. This is one piece that changes every year. So one thing that doesn't change is our goals, showcasing the positive story of agriculture, talk about the positive things that are happening on dairy farms and in dairy communities. And we pick hot topics. We continue to do this. We've done this for about 5 years now, is this wall of knowledge. What do we need to talk about? Do we need to talk about products? Do we need to talk about environmental sustainability? Do we need to talk about careers? And we pick those hot topics and showcase it in colorful, engaging way that is interactive for all learners, young and old, on this wall of knowledge. All of these pieces, I'll say, are available. All the interactive pieces are available for farmers to use throughout the year. So I know that there's a handful of people that come to me, before and after the fair, can I use some of this signage for a session they have going on, some on-farm tours that they have going on. So all of this is available. We want to do a better job this year of getting those interactive pieces out and about so they're not just being used for 13 days. So some of our social successes, this was one area that we continue to improve on, continue to do better. I will say that we do not boost anything for the state fair or the mobile dairy at this point. So we had over 1 million views just during the 13, 14 days. We do a couple days before to highlight some farms and a couple days after concluding the fair. So for that fair time period, we had some really great successes. People want to see the farmers. Our top post was just a thank you to a farm family for being a host farm. And then we did a couple lives. So that was new this year, newer. We've done them in the past a few times of calvings, but with that supplemental programming that we have throughout the fair, we went live a couple of times and that seemed to go really well. You'll see the photo here. The programming, which is on the next slide, we can talk about where we boosted some of that social interaction was, we can go to the next slide for some of our scheduled programming where we talked about ice cream, trail mix, we made butter, we made ice cream, and that really happened in some of the down times. We might have had all our calves born and it's noontime and we still have 8 hours of the fair left for that day. So we had some of our amazing volunteers. It was kind of a program in a box and we set it out, some tables. We had some of the dairy ambassadors, some of our volunteers, just do some interaction. So we made some ice cream, we made butter, we made trail mix and compared it to nutrition and had some conversations about TMR mix and what we're feeding our cows, because a lot of the farms brought TMR this year, which was a newer thing that we're asking farmers to do. Pro Dairy was involved, the top center picture. Pro Dairy brought all of their stuff to talk about manure management, sustainability, best management practices back home on the farm. The Pro Dairy team is fantastic at talking to anybody about those topics. They have a real passion for it. And then our aspiring veterinarians, you'll see in the upper left corner, this young lady is a young lady that her and her family vacation every year. They come up from Long Island, they bring their camper and they camp out all 13 days of the state fair. This is their family vacation. She has followed us. She wants to go to vet school because of coming to the birthing center, and she was finally old enough to participate in this program. In true transparency, we're not going to continue that program this year. It was successful the first year. It was okay. Here in 2025, we've decided it's just not the time or place to have those connections. We'd love to work with local rural communities and make those connections with some aspiring veterinarians. It's just not the time or place here at the state fair. But the ones that were there enjoyed it, but we're going to continue to focus our efforts on our original goals. So we'll head to the next slide, a little bit about media.
Yeah. Quick question. So you're asking farmers to bring in their own TMR. How about some cows with black and white calves inside?
We do ask for that too. In fact, I'll give you a little insight to this year. We are going to have brown Swiss kicking off the fair, and we're going to have jerseys ending the fair. So hopefully we have some black and white ones in between.
We breed all of our first calf heifers to Holstein, so we'll have both.
Okay, great. So, and that also adds to the conversation. I think on one of the slides, we had a full pen of black calves. We had to boost our security that night, but we talked about the value and why that happens. But we certainly do ask the farms for what color and also what sex is coming. Do we have sex semen? Do we, all those details so that we can talk about that science. So with some media outreach, we had a couple of stories with the Auburn Citizen that you'll see there on the left. A lot of that was biosecurity and our clean out process, which is a very new angle. We've kind of, again, enhanced and increased that over the years. So Miss Kenny came from Central New York and talked with Joel and talked to some farmers during our clean out process. And then all of a sudden one day I got a random text from Matt Mulcahy, news anchor, and they wanted a calf. I think the dairy ambassadors were up there too with some cows. So we loaded up this calf in the back of our gator. Hannah Warden and her daughter and our herdsman headed up there, and we had a calf right there on the news with Matt Mulcahy. So some great news outreach. And on the next slide, you've heard some of these statements that we get of why the birthing center matters. These are all the statements, and why are all the calves black? We talk about that. We answer all of these questions. So again, that's nothing new for anybody in the room. Is there's nothing that goes unanswered here at the birthing center. So on the next slide is our last slide for the birthing center. A couple of things I want to point out. I know it's probably really small, but you guys do have this in person. A couple of things, successes and improvements. You'll see zeros on the surveys with feedback. Unfortunately, those surveys never got sent out to our volunteers and to our visitors. We didn't do an end of fair survey this year. It just got past us, and then at that point we said it's too late. So we will do better this year. And then, as I mentioned, the social media surpassed any of our expectations. It continues to grow, and our YouTube. Our watch hours are down, but there's still some continued average. So the average watch time continues to surprise us. So really happy with how that turned out. And then again, with that, the vet program, the Aspiring Vet Program, just wasn't where it needs to be or where we want it to be. So I'm going to discontinue that this year. So we'll move into the mobile dairy experience and run through some successes here. So if you want to go right to, you guys know the project goals, bringing the farm to the people, which is what we did. We visited diverse populations, everything from Western New York and the Buffalo region all the way to Watertown. We are going further north this year, which is even better, all the way down to Queens. So the next slide, you guys met the folks from Trigger House at our pitch last fall. It was a really great success in 2025, building that relationship to move us here into 2026. So Trigger House was a great addition because on the next slide, they got us the Moo Crew. the Moo Crew, Ryan and Brian, fantastic staff members that really dove themselves into our brand, into the New York dairy industry, to share that positive story. On a positive note, they signed their contract and they started yesterday. So they are ready to be on the move again all across New York State here in 2026. But that was a huge success for us. I know a lot of people were nervous about finding not just one, but two staff members that can really tell that story and build that brand and showcase it. And Ryan and Brian did that. So on the next slide, we talk about our kickoff. The Mobile Dairy Experience kickoff was in March. So 1 year ago on National Ag Day, we kicked it off in Attica, New York. It was a really great event. It really set the tone and set the standard for what we want at events where we are part of the headline. This event was partnered with and collaborated with New York Ag in the Classroom and Katie Carpenter and her team. So on the left, you see Sarah Stetson. She won the New York Ag in the Classroom Team of the Year award last year. Fun fact, she grew up on a dairy farm. It's Dale Mattoon's sister. So she has dairy in her blood. So it was really great to have her receive that award from Ag in the Classroom and then partner that with the Mobile Dairy Experience coming in. And then Attica really took it to the next level. They had an entire community and events located in their gymnasium and their cafeteria. So it was a huge community event. We had Carolyn Almeter from Western New York join us for a calf with a calf one day. We had a jersey from the Rogers family and really kicked off the Mobile Dairy Experience. And on the next slide, you'll see exactly where we went throughout 2025. We did 40 events. As you know, March, April, and part of May is really focused on school districts. And then we did some children's museums, food festivals, farm events. We did go down to Queens County Farm Museum. We plan to do that again this year. The challenge there is it rained all weekend last year. If you can remember to where we were a year ago, we had a lot of rain. We did some cheese festivals, some food truck festivals. So we had some great success. One of the goals we wanted was in multiple regions and geographies of New York State. So as you can see all of it mapped out, we are coming to Malone and Adirondack School this coming year. So we're gonna get some more dots on that map. And then again, our plan is all across New York State. So we're really happy with that. Our goal was 40 events. We're increasing that this year and really challenging ourselves to fill the calendar even more. So we'll talk about some successes. Like I said, finding that Moo Crew team was number one. They really set the tone as they kicked off the year a year ago. And then that expertise from Trigger House. So our ultimate goal is to utilize Trigger House last year and this year. As some of you know, NIAC is a staff of one right now. And we are working on hiring a new person that will really be focused on Mobile Dairy Experience here in 2026. And some of that reasoning is to take some of the work from Trigger House and bring it in-house. A lot of that's going to be the logistics of the scheduling. They spend a lot of time doing that at Trigger House, but we've learned last year and this year really how to do that, what to do, the details. So we want to bring that in-house. But Trigger House has that expertise. They also have that DOT expertise in hiring Ryan and Brian and really managing that crew. We had a full calendar. We had a full calendar with a waiting list from March through October. And so we were really happy. We said, what is success when it comes to the calendar? And that success is we have people wanting this experience at their event. We had continual training for the team, for Ryan and Brian, whether that was farmers on site, talking with them all day, whether that was going out to a couple of farms, when they ask for it. And then 100% transparency. They have my number. They text me all day, every day with questions, whether there's a question they can't answer, whether there's a concerned visitor, whatever it might be, they keep me in the loop. In fact, they had one person, they really didn't know what his purpose was. They just kind of wanted to know, did I know him? I can log on to our security cameras and our security system, look to see who it is. Is it somebody I recognize? And we have that two-way conversation all the time to continue to train them on what to look for. Is it an activist? Is it somebody to have a great conversation with and really, continue to help Ryan and Brian be the best they can be out on the road. We had event recaps and data from every single event to learn what works and what doesn't work. The theme on this slide is really continual learning. How do we continue to get more farmers involved? How do we continue to get more industry support? How do we continue to make our events bigger and better every single place that we go? So we take those event recaps and all that data. We take the information from Ryan and Brian and really put it to use of what works and what doesn't work. So we'll go to the next slide, a little bit about social media and some media. Social media, we collaborated with Jeb and Bert on some social media posts, some collaboration there. For every public event, they did some posts of where we're headed, what we're doing. We had a lot of engagements, promotional materials to event hosts. So if we have an event that is open to the public, we provided a lot of promotional materials, social media posts, photos, captions, and whatnot. And then we also did some promotional on our digital platforms with some website blogs, whether it be promoting that public event or recapping it at the end. And then on the next slide is our earned media. So we did work with Corning Place Communications for Dairy Month last year on some of the earned media for our events during Dairy Month. Our biggest event was Taste of Buffalo, Big Trucks and Tractors Weekend up in Sackett's Harbor, Adirondack Food and Wine Festival, and then our Queens County Farm Museum during their dairy weekend at their museum. So great success there. These were larger non-school, obviously summer events, and look to hopefully continue that partnership with Corning Place Communications moving forward. So some challenges, in full transparency, nothing's ever perfect. I think we've talked about this, with you guys before. We had some blown tires, hydraulics, it rained a lot. And, again, just learning after each event with additional signage, and we're making up for that this year and continuing to improve this experience to make it better for everyone. So on the next slide, we talk about how we measured our success. One-on-one discussions, attendance number, you'll see on our CAT here in a little bit. We want to get better attendance, but we really focused on quality over quantity this year when it comes to selecting events. We had questions of what do you know about dairy? We had questions at the end for feedback. We had QR codes throughout to scan to learn about products, to scan to learn about best management practices, careers. And then we have video footage, GoPro footage, and hopefully in the future we can have kind of what topics do people want to learn about versus what do we want to teach them about. So in review with 2025, on the next slide, we did 40 events. We traveled over 9,000 miles across New York State, 35,000 visitors. And again, that's one area of improvement we want to get better on this year. But we had 3 million impressions. And so that is people walking by, that is online engagement. But that rating of experience that we had inside the trailer was 90 out of 100. And so that's based on feedback we got, that's based on those happy or not scales, rating scales. So we're really pleased with the first year, and again, continuing to improve and really build that brand. And we're doing that. On the next slide is your industry partnerships. We had a really great partnership with Wadham's Trucking this year, and continue to have that partnership as we kick off. And then this wouldn't happen without our next slide of collaborations. Our collaborations with Ag in the Classroom for some of the events, Adane, again, with some of the events, having the ambassadors there, additional advocates for agriculture. We worked with DMI on some data, statistics, and some ideas on how to track that success and that impact. We worked with Burt Media on some promotion, and Corning Place on with some media promotion last June. So then we'll end with the next slide. I think you guys, again, have seen some of these. I added some additional ones, but just what others are saying, we have tons and tons of this positive feedback. And then we'll just end it on the next slide with our CAT, with, again, nothing new we haven't talked about here in this presentation, but some of those successes, our social media reach was a bit higher than our goal. The event numbers, we were spot on with 40. We want to increase that this year. And then those reactions, those one-on-one discussions, positive feedback that we received. And as I talked about, we want to get better at getting farmers out to the events. So it's not just Brian and Ryan, it's not just the NIAC board, but it's collaborating with additional farmers, doing some additional media, and then again, focusing on quality over quantity for our events, but really doing a better job at picking which events that we're getting to. And on the last slide, hopefully there's time for questions. I'll just say thank you. We look forward to an exciting 2026, continuing both of these programs into this year. So with that, I'll open it for questions, Larry.
Super, thank you, Eileen. Questions for Eileen? Sarah, Jason?
Yeah, Eileen, so, secured media, I mean, to maybe drive some more foot traffic when you make these locations, how can you reach out to the media in areas where you're going to go to maybe bring, maybe have an interview a day or two before this what's coming, and get on a local Buffalo or Rochester station and saying it's going to be here. Is that something you're trying to do or can do maybe to drive people to it so they know it's where it's going to be?
That's a great point. So that's something we did not do last year was pre-promotion with media. And something we definitely want to do with our larger events like the Taste of Buffalo, like the Queens County, is do more pre-promotion of come to our event through the media. So that's exactly what we want to improve on this year. Something we did not do last year. It was more post-event. And so we want to utilize that media to the best of our ability this year.
In visiting with you once, Eileen, I know the trailer went back to the manufacturer. How did that all go? What does that do for your warranty going forward? Some of that type of information. I know at one point you were talking too about the internal workings of the trailer, improvements made. Fill us in a little bit.
Absolutely. So the trailer spent the fall and a good part of the winter out in Craftsman, getting all brand new graphics on the outside. Still looks the same. So the look is still the same, but they reinstalled all of them. They realized that all of the leaking issues that we had last year was at the fault of Craftsman and how they installed those. So everything was covered. There was no internal damage. So all of that was covered, and they did that this fall. And winter. The trailer then made its way to New Hampshire to Trigger House to do some internal updates. Full transparency, we are 1 week behind. So our kickoff next Wednesday at the department, you're not going to see all of the internal updates, but a week later, they're going to be up and running. And I'll explain that a little bit. The reason being is because that warranty work took a little bit longer at Craftsman than we wanted, but we wanted it done right. So what we're doing is we prioritize the internal updates as that grocery store section. We heard the feedback from our visitors that really needed the boost. And so we have a different refrigerator, like fake refrigerator with those products. We have a different one to really enhance the engagement with what we're trying to do. And so it's more of a game versus just scan and read like it was last year. We really want to make connections to what do I use this product for? And so we've built an entire new interface on building that engagement up a little bit. So that will be different. There's going to be some external promotion signage of how to continue to keep people engaged throughout. So you'll see that, but like I said, that's some of those items are running about a week behind because the trailer was at Craftsman a little bit longer than anticipated once they realized they had to do all of the graphics new on the outside. So there'll be new stuff there. There's going to be some new visuals. We're working on continually updating some of the videos on the inside. So you'll see some new ones, but then maybe in 6 weeks, we'll update it again and then update it again. Those videos are pretty simple to update. So we want to continue. If someone comes to an event, in March, and then they come see us again when we're in the same region, but at a different event, they're going to see new stuff. So we don't want it to be the same in March as it is in October. So you'll continue to see updates throughout the year.
Super.
Eileen, you touched on it briefly, that the trucks come in here to the department. I want to give them a little heads up what's going on.
Absolutely. So we are well into building our schedule for 2026. So we've been working with Katie and the whole team there at department. Thank you, Katie, if you're in the room. With scheduling, we're coming on the 18th next week, and we're going to open up the trailer there for not just the department, but we've also invited elected officials in Albany. We have invited the Department of Labor, the Department, DEC, Department of Education, and this really stemmed from the Department of Labor. So the Department of Labor had reached out to NEDPA and wanted to do some on-farm training with their employees. And with their schedule and what they really wanted, it wasn't going to work with their schedule. So they said, why don't we bring the mobile dairy experience? Would you be willing to come to the department and visit? And the Department of Labor said, absolutely, we'd love to do that. So that's where it stemmed from. And it just kind of grew into how can we get some other people there, not just the Department of Labor folks. So that's going to be all day on Wednesday. We have Nate Chittenden is bringing a calf. We've got some industry folks as well coming. You're all invited if you're in Eastern New York again next week. And then we're going to go from there to Eastern New York, Western New York, I apologize, to Royalton Heartland School for National Ag Day with our collaboration with Katie Carpenter and Ag in the Classroom for the celebration for Teacher of the Year in Ag in the Classroom. So we're gonna have a 2-day event with some community involvement out in Niagara County. And then we kick it off from there. We're starting to get a full schedule through the summer and into the fall.
Thanks.
Outside funding. How have you been able to secure additional funding for 2026?
So 2026, we have some additional that we're working on for some of those larger events that require sponsorship. So we have some companies that have reached out that said, would love to sponsor an event, would love to sponsor something specific. And so that is one thing we're working on. We don't have anything secured specifically for that because our sponsorship packages are coming in right now for our summer events. So as we evaluate what's needed, we're reaching out to those respective companies that have said, we want to sponsor X. And we're working on that as we speak because those summer packages are coming in.
Quick question, and this is a Julie question. I think we've talked about this, or there's no like admin breakdown on the cats for here, and actually there is an admin breakdown for Milk for Health, but not by category. Some are doing it, some are not, so I guess we just probably should make that consistent across all groups.
Yeah, I would agree.
Sounds like there's not a lot of admin.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have other funding too, right? For
Yeah,
that probably.
Yeah, so that's one thing that I want to work with, whether it's Julie, Elizabeth, whomever, and get better at that because I've asked some questions on that too because of how we're invoiced, and we can change this on the invoices coming to us. It's one category, and so we can break that out even more. It's just a matter of like looking at that together and figuring out what's needed and how to do that. I want to get better at that because when I look at the cat and there's, we don't tie a specific dollar amount to our 25 goals, but there is for the overall project. So I fully admit that, yes, we need to do better at breaking that out. I just need some guidance on how to do that for the overall project. And so we can work on that offline. Maybe it's Elizabeth, maybe it's just need some guidance there.
But do you have funding from other places for some of your admin or no?
No, not at this time. So
Okay,
so what we spent in 2025 was 100% DPO funding.
Yes, and I think that's good for the mobile dairy experience, but for like the birthing center, you have different funding.
Correct, we have additional, yep.
So it's just gonna look a little different, I think, but I think that's a great point and important.
When you go in the trailer, I'm wondering if you could do a little bit more to spice up some of your videos. Cause like I watched the milkman milk a cow, that video, and I was like, that's kind of exciting. If I was going to Buffalo and then, is there any way you could work with Milk for Health on getting some of those videos? Because
like supplement that
because
region.
I appreciate that it's very much educational driven, but sometimes walkthrough can be dry, and if you could kind of highlight some of that type, if you could like.
Yes. Yeah, Roberta, that's exactly what we want to do.
That might spice it up for some kids.
Yep. That's exactly what we want to do is, there's a lot of other contractors that have that video expertise way more than I do and way more than NIAC does. And so that's where a lot of the videos came from. And we want to continue to do that with new videos that they're producing, and whether that's inside the trailer, whether that's outside on those two TVs. It's a combination of both. That's why changing those videos is really paramount to the success this year, is continually to change those and evolve those. Yep, you're absolutely right.
All righty. Thank you very much, Eileen. Have a great.
All right, thanks all.
addition to the team here. Appreciate that. Nice job, Are you looking for, I'm assuming you're looking for additional help, Eileen?
We are in the final interview stages. So we have our final two candidates. So give me a few weeks and we'll have an offer out.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Yep.
All right. Last but not
Thank
least.
you.
Thanks, Eileen. Yeah.
And Emma, they're only in women's, your sneakers, yeah. Yeah.
They're only in women's. They don't want to wear house shoes.
Like, how can they do that? How can they do that in 2025? They can't do
All
that.
right.
Okay, last but not least, I think over the past 2 years, I have improved in being able to speak very quickly. So first though, I want to thank the board for funding Dairy Runway over the past 2 years. We never would have been able to have launched this program without the support you've provided. So thank you. And I know, we weren't renewed in 2026, but we remain very committed to the program and really enthusiastic and optimistic. So just as a reminder, you have provided 2 grants, right, since 2023. So the first grant was for $278,000, I think a little over $278,000. That funded cohorts 1 and 2. We then received a grant for $225,000. That was for cohorts 3 and 4. I am reporting on cohorts 3 and 4 today, right? I reported on year 1 back in July. So again, thank you. So, our goals didn't change from year 1 to year 2. They remain the same. Again, we are working to provide dairy innovators with the knowledge, the technical support, the business coaching to help them develop products that are responding to consumer needs, right, with a goal of really expanding consumption of dairy and, securing our state's position as a leader in introducing high quality, innovative products. The structure didn't change from year 1 to year 2, right? So this is still a cohort-based program, right? Incremental. They're all starting with the entrepreneurship training and then shifting into prototyping, right? And getting that one-on-one business support through our coaches, and then concluding the program with the virtual pitch session. So for cohorts 3 and 4, we did make some improvements to the program, right? Some small tweaks to address some of the challenges we saw in the first year, right? So a challenge for us was really, how do we better prepare our participants for doing work in the pilot plants, right? That was a huge learning curve. For some of our participants, right, who are pretty new to dairy. So spending more time in thinking through some of those problems and how do we really optimize that experience for our participants. So really looking at creating a more structured process for getting them from the entrepreneurship stage into that prototyping stage. So developing a more, I like to refer to it as like an intake process, right? So we have a new manager of our food processing and development lab, Beth Chapin. She came from Cuba Milk and is a dairy farmer. So she's been really helping us with that. So, each team now has at least two meetings, preliminary meetings before they actually get into the plant, so that our food technicians have a better understanding of what their needs are, right? And they're doing more testing at home too. Also, I've talked about this before. We recruited a food science graduate who works with Schreiber, and she has really sort of been working sort of like supplemental as a volunteer, right? And able to answer those one-off questions that teams who are starting the prototyping are having around scaling and cost efficiency. And then some of our participants were able to take some of the extension courses, which has been super helpful, and then really integrating the Seneca Foods pilot plant up in Geneva. So we have more participants who are doing work up there. So all that has been really a huge improvement for the program. And again, really optimizing that experience in the prototyping stage. So for year 2, and again, those are cohorts 3 and 4. I showed a similar slide for year 1, right? So we had 53 applications. That's across the 2 cohorts. We accepted 18 applicants, and then we had 17 enroll. So retention and completion. So we had 16 participants complete phase 1. And then 13 went on into phase 2, right, the prototyping. So we had 3 self-determined after going through the customer discovery process that they were not moving forward with their product, right? And that's what we want to see. We want to see people who are realizing, like, I need to stop here. There is not a need for my product, right? And we are not investing more in this team. And then we had 13 graduate from the program, right? So 13 then went on to participate in the virtual pitch session. These are just some images of some of the teams in the pilot plants, again, in Ithaca, and then also up in Geneva, and then also in the, one of our kitchens. And this is, again, these are teams from cohorts 3 and 4. So looking at year 2, and again, this is, really pretty early, right? So some of these teams wrapped up prototyping in November. This grant wrapped up in December. But, of the 13 that graduated, 10 remain engaged in their product, right? So that's about 77% of across the 2 cohorts that remain engaged in their product, right? So that means that they are either in that pre-market development phase or they are at that small sales scale, right? And that's really small. So they're, direct to consumer, and we have one that's currently in specialty stores. So these are just some highlights from the year, and some of you, this may not be news to everyone. So I'm cheating a little bit on this slide. So I have Scene featured here, right? So that is from year 1, right? Scene Nutrition, they were in cohort 2. They are a Grow New York winner, right? This is the team that's developing the calcium chew. Other news this year, so these are, this is cohort 3. We've talked about Benita Caswell before. She's doing the Syrup and Cheese. She was featured on one of the panels from the NATBIC Summit this year. She now is collaborating with Chobani. Her cheese is featured at the Chobani Cafe in Manhattan. Then we also have from cohort 3, Smooth Culture. This is a food science graduate student, Matt Pataki. I think he's actually presented to you before. He's developing a kefir product and is hoping to launch in the next 2 to 3 months, and has been, figuring out ways. Is there a way of getting kefir into the public school system? And it's really interesting to see the DMI ad campaign talking about kefir. And then also more recently, so we have the Atelka team and then Beck's Food. They are both cohort 4 graduates. So Atelka, they're developing what they refer to as a cottage cream. It's like a cork, right? Which is more something that you would come across in Eastern Europe. They're both of Hungarian descent. And they are actually working with a co-packer now and have been participating in a lot of pop-ups in New York City and really sort of, focusing on the health and wellness crowd. And then with Beck's Food is doing a high protein pudding. She did her work up in the Seneca Foods pilot plant, and she is looking for a co-packer and is hoping to launch in about 3 months. So these are some of the teams that have done really well, and that we are really proud of and look forward to working with. We track our graduates every year too, to see where people are.
Percentage of dairy in these products?
I can certainly get that. I mean, I would say over 50%.
Okay.
And I guess
No,
it's
that's
how
fine. That's-
you, right, I guess it's how you are defining that, but it's, for the most part, it's over 50%. Yeah. We didn't have that as a criteria in the application, because they're so early stage and they are refining their formula, right? So I think it's hard when someone's applying to ask that question because they may not know that yet, right? Because their formula could change as they're going through the program.
But they all did have dairy.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
So this is the budget. Again, it was for 225,000. We did go a little bit over. Obviously, we cover that. And the overage was in participant support. I think we had a couple teams that spent more time in the food processing and development lab, and that means putting more program participant to cover some of the ingredients. We did have one reallocation this past year, and that was shifting $5,000 into the prototyping budget line. And we pulled that from events and supplies because we weren't sending that down. Let's see. So what's next? So again, we're committed to the program. We're looking for opportunities for funding to keep the program moving forward. The Northeast Dairy Business Innovation Center is currently funding our 5th cohort, and that'll wrap up in June. So, but thank you. Yeah.
Super. Questions for Amanda? Oh, don't be shy. Carl, come on. So as you move forward, I'm assuming you're going to come back to us.
We will probably come back in September.
Do you feel good with your numbers of people that entered the program and participants that are still trying?
So the participants who are
forward,
in
I
that
guess,
like
I
pre-market development
Yeah.
stage or engagement. We do, yes. I mean, I think I talked about this last time in July, but the curriculum is based out on the National Science Foundation Innovation Corps curriculum, right? And so we compare this against their program. So when you look at their program, they're working with tech entrepreneurs, people who are launching services, et cetera. Their graduates, I think what they have, so over the past 10 years, it's a little over 50% who then go on to launch services, technologies, et cetera. So we reflect that trend as well. So, and this year, I mean, we're higher than that, but again, it's so early for cohort 3 and 4, right? Since the 4th cohort graduated in December, we'll really have to continue to track their progress to see where they are in terms of their engagement with their product.
Have you done any postgraduate evaluations on how to improve your program?
We do a survey immediately after they graduate. And the reviews, it's mixed in terms of the feedback we get. So some really appreciate that business coaching, the one-on-one coaching. And remember, we have our participants, it's really diverse in terms of their experience in dairy. So we have had dairy farmers, and then we have had people who are coming from New York City who are developing, experimenting with yogurt in their kitchen, right? So a range in terms of dairy experience and knowledge. So you can see that that diversity in the survey responses, right? So you will have someone who doesn't have a lot of experience in dairy or knowledge of dairy, who really appreciates and who may be very experienced in marketing, who really appreciates that technical support that they are getting through our dairy extension team, through the FPDL. And then you'll see people who will have, a farmer who comes through who is really appreciative of that business coaching and of that entrepreneurship training, right? Because that entrepreneurship training, that customer discovery, that is, I feel like everyone should go through that training, right? All farmers should go through that if you are looking to diversify. So it really ranges, but we definitely made changes to that, the experience of shifting people from the entrepreneurship, the course into the prototyping. We made changes based on the feedback we got, just that some felt like it was a little bit bumpy the first year.
So I kind of was looking through things and, I think you guys are at a disadvantage because of your Cornell. I'll just say it. So, so if you look at really the overhead and everything, that takes up such a big chunk of your budget. It's not that the program's not a great program, but because of the overhead costs associated with the university, it's really unfortunate that we can't do more directly with that money than what we have.
Yeah. And I'm assuming it's not gonna go down.
Unfortunately, I don't.
Years. Anybody else? Good. Stick by, great people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, you're right.
Sure.
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, that, yeah.
Hey, last time you were pretty good, but
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
Commissioner's coming down now.
Yes.
Yes, no.
That's a lot of numbers.
We don't have like the little.
It's like, here's our shenanigan committee, and I was like, oh my God.
Wait a minute, wait. That's how I do.
Where were you 10 months ago?
I brought him in a week and a half.
I should have sent a group text, huh?
Oh, Lord.
Hold
You
on.
already have it, so. So some people got it.
Well, we can just dump it in.
Yes.
To the other.
Smile, Elizabeth.
Yeah, no.
You missed that one.
Don't drink your milk yet. Yeah, or it's clear
Why would he? He was thinking pumps or whatever. It is something. Yeah. Got it now? Oh, where did you go from? I think doing that now. Working. And working on going over. Very. So I mean, I was kind of there thinking much better.
Well, what kind of was, we're talking about the contracts. Some company,
Katie and the commissioner coming?
They are. Be down in 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Really did give you.
Did we need the receipt from last night?
Oh, you know, I owe you 10 more bucks. I didn't have it.
What's that?
I owe you 10 more bucks. I didn't have it.
That's fine.
I know, did you get, you think you got okay with that last night?
Don't run away if we're gonna do it. Go. I'll beat them down. Yeah, I'll beat them down.
Kim, thank you for all you've done. You've been on this for years and years and years.
Figured out. I was 16 or 17.
Oh, 6 years ago.
No, I got out of it.
2016.
I know.
Jason, when did you start?
No, because I came out around the corner and he took around the corner.
Oh, so Jason's been on
So
longer.
you're like the OG.
I can't remember.
I can't either. Okay, so you've been the longest. You were on the left. So Jason probably came out.
And I think it got. Yeah. 21, right?
Oh, Casey lost the bet. Yeah, Casey said he'd be back.
I know. Thank you.
Yes.
It's gonna take him a minute to come up.
I know, thank you for everything too.
Yeah.
Totally understandable.
Yeah, so
You know,
somebody said something to me, I said, so was it a twin 3-year-old?
and what is your daughter, 5? Is your older? 6. Okay.
Well, that'll help you.
You are in the thick of it for sure. I mean, yeah, let alone the long drives that you have.
Yeah.
I mean,
We tried, but you know, when you got like July to August.
If it quits.
How long is it for you? Yeah.
They already did it for you, so I just wanna have the.
All right, where do you want us?
It sounds like you like me.
Oh, I'm yes.
This is an extra.
She's right here.
I introduced the gentleman that needs no introduction.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. And we have so many guests, which is really great.
Good to see you.
Well, this is kind of a momentous day, I guess. I have 2 letters here and I understand one is in the mail. Did you always want to be able to say it's in the mail? It's in the mail, Sarah. But we wanted to recognize the service of 3 members of the DPO who are stepping off the board. Kim, thank you for a lot of years of service. Sarah, thank you. And Carl, thank you so much for being a part of this for the period of time you did. You know, we got to see each other yesterday a little bit. And Larry, I was remembering so many conversations and so many reiterations of the DPO board. There's been a lot of years of interest, obviously, in marketing milk in New York State and across the country, and it's always an important subject. But I think it's never felt more relevant to me than it has over the last decade, with the pressures and the unique changes that are happening in the dairy industry. We got some good news to think about nationally as we look at whole milk now getting back into schools. We're finding some challenges with that already in parts of our state where they can't keep up with whole milk in schools because the kids that are liking it and drinking it so much. That all bodes well. But it really points to the amount of effort and work this board has to put into doing this. It's not unnoticed. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of energy, takes a lot of hours, takes a lot of worry, takes a lot of paying attention. But I don't think I've ever seen a higher level of dialogue or discussion than I've seen with this group of people here in this room today. So thank you for your service, not just to your dairy industry and not just to your neighbors, but to New York State consumers. It's noticed. So thank you. It's in the mail.
And I know I said this as a commissioner last night, and he has provided us with an exceptional staff to work with. And I would say that has really made a huge difference to the board. And we appreciate that and the efforts that you have put forth.
Let's hear it for the staff. That's kind of selfish on my part.
That's all right.
I think we need to raise a glass somewhere.
Yes.
Do I have a glass?
You have glasses?
You have a glass.
Okay.
Bootleg State Fair cup.
I love that.
We had dinner the other night. I tried to buy a round of milk for everybody, but we got to work on some of the restaurants in New York State that don't serve milk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your dairy.
To dairy.
The legacy of dairy in New York State. Is there a fireplace we can throw this?
And personally, I would definitely like to thank Sarah and Carl and Kim. You know, I came on after Kim and before Sarah and Carl, and I think all of us here would very much agree that they have been a huge asset to this board, like the commissioner said. And we will definitely miss them and all their insights and knowledge. And more than likely, we'll probably reach out at some point and ask questions, if that's all right. So thank you very much for your service again, and we appreciate it.
Can I just say thank you to as well. You guys mind? Sorry, I apologize. It's hard. I apologize I didn't make it to the meeting in person with the town board meeting we had last night, but I just want to let everybody know that I'm very thankful for everything I've learned. I appreciate all the knowledge I've gained working with you guys and hoping I'll be able to do it again down the road. And I'm definitely going to miss doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carl?
Yeah, I would agree. It's been a really wild experience.
We talking about us or the kids?
Yeah, I was actually just saying, I was in this room about 3 years ago, before the twins were born, and we were like, hey, I might have to leave. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and we've definitely learned a lot, I think, together and me personally about what this board does and all the things the people in this room do. That's really inspiring. So thanks, everybody.
Kim?
I'm gonna miss it. I mean, I just think there's two things that it was time to let somebody else do it, and the difficulty to get help at home to leave was just too much for the three of us. So, but anytime you want to call, Larry.
We appreciate everybody's efforts and help. Thank you.
So Sarah, since you were on the screen and you can't be in person, I'm gonna ask Commissioner to stand next to the screen so we can take a picture of you two together. We'll see how this works out.
You want to put all, you want to put all, you want the other ones up there too?
Yeah, well, we'll do that.
Oh, I see.
Got
it.
Nice. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, I get it.
I know.
Gotta love modern technology.
Yeah. And that doesn't, say what we've done in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Carl, Kim, we'll have you take a picture maybe in front of the ag markets.
Oh, that's
Oh,
great.
yeah, that's nice. There you go.
Good. You gotta go get your photo, Kim. You gotta get closer to each other.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get back to work.
We're spending your money. We're good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner, for joining
Thank
us
you.
and your words of wisdom and
Thanks for having
gratitude.
faith in us.
Yes.
We appreciate you for what you're giving back to agriculture in here.
Well, it's actually the dairy industry who has a lot of faith in you. And, make us proud, okay?
We will do our best. Thanks, Commissioner. Onward and upward. Board discussions. We have, what do you want to start with?
Let's start with budget modifications.
Budget modifications. You have a little packet with a. You could have a little packet. Got a little, add a little paper. Did you want to ask your question first?
What was my
I'm
question?
sorry, about the,
Oh,
what you and
well,
Alicia got
I-
together. Let's do this first.
I
okay,
didn't,
please?
I think Alicia was just reading my mind and I was gonna bring it up at a later date because I knew 2025 was kind of a challenge for Milk for Health getting switched over, but I think it's great that you brought it up because I do think it's important to start their cap for 2026 to include those administration and overhead. Because I think in the switch, I think it came out that was a little different number than the actual was probably in the past. So I'm thankful that you put it up.
So on that note, I know that Eileen said something and I'm guessing Tanya and Kendra would be interested. Who should they contact to, how do we, thank you. How do we unify all these things in the cap?
We can take a look at what the other organizations do that you guys like. And
Okay.
we can work with them to get it similar, and then we can go from there. And you guys, when you get their first cat, look at them, and if there's any adjustments that want to be made, reach out to me. And then I'll reach back out to the contractors.
Okay, that's fair with Tanya. Is Eileen still on with us?
Yeah, I think.
We have.
No, she's not.
Emma will share that with Eileen.
Yeah.
You know what we just talked about?
Yes, the budget, the admin at,
Okay.
but I just like, is it better if it's in like writing for, just to make sure we do it correctly, like I don't.
I think Dane does a nice job. They've done a good job, you know, through their.
For what Joanne and now Sophia have done, you know what I mean? So.
No, I think the thing of it is, it's like we just said, as far as uniform.
Uniformity.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, if they gotta contact either Elizabeth or Chris, just to make sure that, you know, if they want a copy of what Dane's doing or something similar.
Okay.
And it might not be easy, so I think that might be where the conversation comes in as to how to do that, so.
Starting point.
Yeah.
So for Milk, I can only speak for Milk for Health. So, and Elizabeth knows this. So every month we have to submit what we're paying all of our contractors, right? So she knows, she has, I can mark it cap, but we have our staff costs. We just need to build that into the cap for you guys and we will work with Elizabeth and team on whatever it is you want. So there's no issue for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, thank you for.
Yeah.
Us getting that straight. That's why this is, so budget modifications, Milk for Health is on the top of the list. Questions? I guess I'll just start there. Did Sarah and Jason have this by chance, or do we need to kind of?
No, I got it. I did have a question, I guess, right off the bat, Tanya. So I know there was some over expenditures that weren't budgeted and you moved some money to compensate it. Is it getting close for you as far as your budget with the moves to streaming to compensate for some over commitments?
Yep. So I'm just going to come up here so everybody can hear me and if you have any other questions. So the answer is, Jason, we're done with that. So the line is closed on 2025. So what we ended up doing was contracts had been signed for more money than had been allocated by the DPO. So Kendra and Heather and I worked with the contractors to explain the situation that we were in. So essentially, for some of our work, we had one contractor that let us out of the partial contract and another contractor that extended that work into 2026. So they fulfilled that work in 2026. And so we are in a very good position now. It means, you know, we have to continue to tighten the belt, but that's what we've been doing since September, and that's what we'll continue to do. Heather, is Heather still on? Heather, do you have anything more to add to that? No, unless there's more questions. Is there any more questions?
So I can see that you want us to okay the move of funding.
Correct.
You're still gonna be over, right?
We had, so we are, and we have covered those expenses through donations.
Okay.
Good answer.
Yep.
Okay.
So we, you know, we are starting fresh.
Sarah, did you see all of these or no?
Yep.
Okay. Any further questions?
I have
Go ahead.
one, on the Explorer More, that's one that you had to renegotiate.
Nope, we had a donation.
Okay.
The big ones were the streaming and variances.
Yeah,
And then Buffalo City School
Mhm.
and social media. Those were the three big ones that were different from what they initially put in the budget.
You want me to explain those a little bit? Or are you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that we just, as a board, want to know that you received the 660,000 from DPO funding, and that's it. We're gonna okay the movement of them, right? Is that right?
And we internally characterize.
Yes, which is very good. Thanks for the transparency on that, so.
You need a motion to approve?
We do.
And to approve this. Application.
Motion and second. Further discussion, questions? All in favor for the budget modifications for, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. New York Ag in a Classroom. Are you still here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Any questions on that? It's at the bottom of it. It's on the back side of the page.
Continue, yeah.
I kind of was confused on that too, but that was a good thing. She saved paper after the 40 trees she killed with everybody else. But she did put it front and back this year, which was good. You gotta pick on it. We love you. Any questions on Katie's? Move of funding? Good,
Motion approved.
a motion,
Second.
second. Any more discussion? All in favor of the movement of funds for New York Ag Culture in the Classroom, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Thank you. So,
Free farmers.
Free Farmers That Care, as we were aware yesterday, they have an excess of $16-ish thousand from 2025.
1,600.
No,
No.
16,000.
This is the
Okay. No, so what they're
Thank you.
requesting on this sheet is a movement of funds from one line item to the other because of an overage. But they have over $16,000 left out of the 48,000 that you provided in 2025.
So Elizabeth met with them yesterday and
They would like to extend that for the 2026 contract year pending their justification to us at the department. So you guys don't have to do anything with that, but I wanted to inform you that that's where we landed yesterday. So we will keep you in the loop with that
what is the time frame of their justification?
middle of next week
Okay.
at the latest.
So that would be adding those dollars to.
No, no, no,
No,
no,
they just
no,
want
so
to
they've
carry it
already been, they've
They're
already
carrying
paid
it
those
forward.
dollars.
As he said yesterday, which we understand, but you know, they didn't get funding until May.
Yeah.
They didn't step out, and I'm sure that that's kind of what I'm assuming they're gonna try to justify to use the money in 2026.
For early 2026.
Right, but so everybody understands if they don't have clear justification, they have to pay the money back to the department, am I correct? I asked that before I said that, but. So, I mean, I'm assuming that they'll try to get justification to utilize the money.
Yes, and we will let you know how that lands. So they are requesting about $1,600. They're going to ask if they can combine their educational materials and supplies line. Because it's very hard to differentiate what they consider supplies versus educational materials. So move that 450 from the supply line to the educational materials. And then they still went over 1,600 on if we did that. So they're gonna move that from their travel budget because they went under in travel. So they still have money left in that line. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, but my understanding, and correct me, it's under 10% of their budget, so there's no reason for us to,
It's gotta be 10% of the line item itself,
thank you.
not the overall budget.
I was right at some point. Which is good.
Remember.
Yes, so,
We don't have to do anything with this, you guys?
yes, you do.
You
This one on the piece of paper, we have to do
Okay.
something.
All right.
Because it's
I'll
more
make
than
that
10% of the
I'll
line.
make a motion.
I'll second it.
All those in favor of Three Farmers That Care moving the $1,632 to their educational material supply, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. On the back of the page, NIAC. Summarize this, Elizabeth,
Yes.
please.
Where would you like me to start? Do you want me to
Well, they
go?
overspent on the dairy birthing center.
Yep.
And they underspent, but it looks to me like they're still $15-ish thousand shy or 14-ish. Quick farmer math.
No. They spent all the funds. They went over.
They went over, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So they're requesting for $20,000 to be moved from the mobile dairy experience to the birthing center to cover that overage in that. And then they're requesting line item changes, as you can see in the mobile dairy experience. She lists them out on the first page. So she's moving 20,000 to the birthing center, which wouldn't have been a big deal, but because she's moving substantial funds to the salary, is why you have to vote on this.
Oh, gotcha.
So you have to vote on it as a whole, but that's the.
So the 20,000, she wants to move the 20,000 from the mobile dairy experience to cover a majority of the salary expenses on the birthing center?
No, so she's moving 20,000 from the mobile dairy experience to cover the overage that was spent in the birthing center.
Okay,
And then she's moving line items, so the benefits got absorbed into the salary line completely. Then if you see supplies, about 54,000, and then travel, about 99,000, and then admin and other. So she's requesting to move those funds into the salary budget.
okay.
Which is why we need salaries.
Exactly, I was just gonna say the same thing. Now, it sounds like you're getting that, it needs to get, they need to transfer that to the cap.
Yes.
For us to see that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get that, but it's not on the cap.
Yeah, so. I think she probably will get that. She's still on, I'm assuming.
No.
Oh, she's not.
She's at a conference, so
Okay.
she popped on for.
Okay. Again, I'll say, we're not doing, we're shifting things around. There's no more monies going out.
No.
Besides
Nope.
what was okay to begin with, so.
I'll move that we accept the adjustments as listed here.
Second.
Everybody understand what we're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. All those in favor of making the NIAC change in say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. And then Cornell.
Okay, Nicole, hopefully you stayed around, so if I have any additional questions, you're here. So we're gonna start with size project, the flash freeze spray drying.
Okay. Go ahead.
He's requesting $15,600 be moved within the project to different line items, so you can see that they're gonna move compensation for the graduate student and materials and supplies to cover overages in other categories.
Yep. Do we have to do these individually or can we do the whole contract as a?
I think you can do the whole thing. Yeah, and you could do, because it's under one contract.
Yes.
Yeah, it's all under one contract, so.
They're all pretty much salaries, right?
Yeah.
Looks like no. Next
We need to
one.
pick this one.
I will
this out,
say-
so.
I kind of, I would like to see them use the money for graduate students to educate the future, but if you can't get a graduate student, I guess he used to employ, which is fine, but I would like some of our funds to be training the next generation of dairy experts out there.
My assumption is normally what they try to.
Yeah, I mean, if most programs are using graduate students for these projects. I will ask you to keep in mind that our situation at Cornell right now is attending this undergraduate students.
Yeah. The next one looks like we move a little bit of salaries around, materials and supplies, and did not do a publication cost, and some services were less than expected. Whose project was this?
This is Nicole's.
Okay. Any questions?
Can we approve them all as a whole?
Yes.
Okay.
Next one is for Nicole's, movement of salary via did not utilize some services. Like what?
I mean,
That's not
every
really
time
important.
we're starting a project, we're looking at, can we do this in-house versus do this at, like a Dairy One, for example, that's where a lot of these come from. So should I do a butterfat test in-house or should I send it out? It's cheaper to send it out. I might do that. Or, I just got a nice little IR, maybe I'm gonna do it there, but it changes from, yeah.
So that's why it goes from like a contracted service to salary?
Yeah. So now I'm paying my technician to do a test in-house.
And
it
that's
could
hard
be-
to tell when you're building
Exactly.
the budget.
When I build
Yeah.
the budget, I'm making a best guess, but it may be, the situation might change.
And I'm assuming that's pretty much the way it is across the board.
I was just gonna say the
That's
next
right.
one's the same
That's right.
one.
We're always making those decisions and it could.
It looks like the last couple are all the same.
Can I just make a motion to
You sure
approve all
can.
these?
You sure can.
Second.
Any questions on the budget modifications for Cornell? All in favor of making the budget modification, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. So. Additional board stuff. Anything? June meeting,
Is scheduled for June 16th. More information to come to the contractors when I determine the time. And
June
where.
meeting is our goals.
Yep, goals and budgets.
We're hoping in the Cortland area. Pending acceptance from an invitation we've sent or tried to send out. One day, right?
June 16th.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a Tuesday.
I have another meeting right
Or more important.
there. I'm the president.
Oh. Well, you can be chairman of this. I think with the plan at this point is to maybe even go in the evening before if we need to, but starting, Judy don't have to, but like an 8-ish start, I think is what we were talking, Farm Credit Office or the tour first, whatever happens to come out perfectly. And like I said, that's a budget meeting, so we should be 2-ish, I think we were hoping to be done, right?
Yeah, I think at the latest, yeah.
Something like that. July, do we need to talk about that?
If you guys brought your calendars, that would be greatly appreciated.
Go in my car,
You can.
my planner's in the car.
Go ahead, go get it. I can wait.
So much.
I'm the one that gets the phone calls from Elizabeth, so I'll wait for you to get your calendar.
So June 16th.
June 16th.
I'd be in Ithaca at noon, so I could do something until whatever drive time is there.
Is that what we have to do?
45 minutes, maybe.
Correct. My gosh, you guys are good.
I put it in your calendar a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, but somehow it's already in my
I
personal
blocked
calendar
it.
too.
Were we gonna
Oh,
do
you're
it?
doing-
You were looking for a morning.
Well, so the goal is, we've reached out, or she's tried to reach out to, Trinity Valley, which she hasn't had success for them yet.
Can we follow
And so depending on what their schedule is we'll either do the meeting first or do the tour first, or whatever. But yeah, I mean, that's our short meeting, so, that's the plan. Kind of. Somebody will probably have to let.
Is there a security guard in there?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Should be, there should be.
Yeah, he's out there.
He just walked in like he owned the place.
So yeah, I mean, I guess if that's the case, depending on what,
Right, if
We can
Elisa
accept.
is available in the morning. I
That's
can
what I'm
do the
wondering too,
tour in
is
the
try to-
afternoon.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll work to do that.
that's good to know.
I'll follow up with.
I will say prior to going to, so let's go in order. So, well, we're gonna go back in order. So
We say July?
we're gonna go back to May. So May 19th, if you are available, you do not have to, this is optional except for maybe Julie.
She already talked to me about
Okay,
it.
thank you. She is on.
She is.
May 19th, we are doing the onboarding of the new board members here at the office. You do not have to come if you want to be here virtually, be online. I think we can do that, right?
Yes, if you can be available virtually, that would be great, just for an hour or two, just to
Yes.
discuss some internal stuff, but
Yes.
not holding you to driving 4 hours if you have
Yeah.
to come here.
So just kind of keep that.
Is that more like in the morning you would need us?
I was thinking to do lunch just pending, because we don't know how the board's gonna shake out, so to give time, people travel time to come in. So probably like a lunch meeting.
Yeah, board applicant, the board, how do I say this? The new board or the participants that have applied, I guess, there's one Eastern New York, one Central New York, two Western New York. So if it's if Western New York, it's definitely a little longer to drive, because, you know. Okay, so that is not mandatory by any means, but it would be highly appreciated. Is that a good way to put that?
Sure.
Until Elizabeth says it's mandatory. And then we're gonna go.
2 hours.
Well, you got a lot of control.
One of them's gonna be naked like crap, right?
Yeah. So the co-ops have until,
The end
oh,
of
I gotta tell you about that too. They have until
the 20th to
Yes.
submit their endorsements.
DFA's meeting is the 19th. They're going to email you on the 19th.
Okay. Dean already let me know that their meeting was on the 19th.
Okay. I was supposed to do that too. I did that. July.
Just so you know, I won't be here to do.
Yeah, I knew that too. But I'm gonna make you get online somehow or another, but you said you had.
I think it's
I'll be
good
on a plane.
for you to get, I think if you have thoughts on changes to.
No, yes,
So,
go.
but
You're
For
here
goals, if you have ideas on goals, I think getting those to, you know, somebody would be good. For,
Totally agree with you.
Same with you, Alicia, I would say.
Yeah.
If you can do a morning one too.
Yeah, I mean, I think our initial thoughts was to start fairly early. And like I would probably go out the night before, but whoever
Could be
else.
done by, what'd you say, 2?
If
Yeah.
the appointment's like 40 minutes, maybe.
For you.
No, for Alicia.
Oh.
For Alicia, it
Oh,
should be in
yeah.
Ithaca. That's what I
Is
say, like
it
if
that
we start.
hard?
So you're thinking about it, early morning
13 it can be.
depending
on June. the
Right,
Really
right.
grown
Yes.
up.
I have to see what the
Yeah.
schedule is, you know, on the other end.
Yeah.
I might be able to go out a day early, then if the meetings
Be
don't start.
available.
Yeah, and then I could be there in the morning for like what I.
Yeah, which is fine. And yeah.
Because that's a pretty important conversation.
Yeah, let me see how that works out.
I mean, that was kind of, that was our discussions was. I mean, we could start early if we needed to start early to accommodate it, right, for sure. I mean, what's it for you, an hour and a half to Cortland? Or go down the night before, it doesn't really matter. 20 minutes.
Depends where we're in.
Oh, okay. So July.
Yep.
Mid-year review, correct? So I'm
6
assuming
months.
you'd like it later July to get all your cats in, get everything done as far as contractors being happy.
Yeah, that would, later would be better.
So the week of the,
Last week does not work for me.
what's your last week, the 20th or 27th?
July 26th through 31, I'm gone.
What about the 20th? Week of the 20th?
Jason, what week are you gone in July?
The first week, and then I'm with Dean. My board will be the 28th, so the week before is good.
So the week of the 20th?
Anything but the 23rd.
Yeah, same here.
So this is a 2-day meeting, right?
Where?
I would prefer noon to noon, if possible.
Well, yeah, but that's still 2 days.
Yeah.
Where?
What?
Yeah,
I'm
I like. it.
thinking back in Syracuse, we haven't been back to DFA in a year. No.
As long as they're,
They'll-
as long as
they'll
they're
have
done.
us-
as long as the building's.
Oh, it will be. They told me it's supposed to be done in April.
Okay.
But Scott told me, but I don't know that, but she could verify that.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
I would prefer Tuesday, Wednesday, but
Yeah.
that's up to you.
21st, 22nd.
That's fine by me. Want to pencil it in?
Yep.
Larry, just so you know, that's a DMI board meeting. I know that's been a conflict before, but just so you're aware.
That's not gonna. We don't normally have DMI at that meeting, but is that gonna affect John and your team?
Yes, and New England as well, I would expect.
The entire team?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I think if John always goes to the DMI meeting and the CEO of New England. Always
Right.
goes. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just making you aware.
Might just be left with me, Larry.
So sure, that's a good idea.
You have to wear the cow costume.
Choose wisely, I'm just saying.
You have to wear the cow costume.
I was thinking the same thing.
I understand you don't have a lot of days to choose from, just wanted you to know.
The week before would work, but then that's a pinch on you guys, right?
Yeah, I don't think the numbers would get turned around that fast, right?
Would be tighter.
Chris, that'd be tight, wouldn't it?
If we went earlier, that would be hard for everybody else to get us numbers through the end of June.
That's what. Let's.
Do we want to look at the first week of August, or is that not good? I know August gets hard too, so. I'm fine to keep it then, and.
I guess my question would be more of New England's and the inside as far as, do you feel you could provide adequate enough staff to do the presentations?
Yes. I mean, not speaking for New England, but yes, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Is everybody okay with that? We don't have John?
Oh, God.
If we just have Emma and Kelsey, it will go really fast.
It will.
And Nick. Well, maybe if the storytelling.
As long as Nick doesn't answer questions.
Oh, it's good to have fun. All right, so
21 and 22.
21 and 22, no. Syracuse dish. What else? You good with that?
I think that was it.
All right, so as far as contractors, I know most of them have left or some of them are still here on the phone and stuff like that. There has been, keeping the board up to speed, there has been a little challenges with some contracts and paperwork and working with ESD, and I'm looking at Chris because she's gonna try to ignore me, but I'm not gonna let her. And I know we did have quite a conversation, and I have warned Katie that I do not want to have to make the phone calls that I made 3 or 4 years ago to Miss Trodden. They were not pleasant phone calls. So we are doing our best, and I know Chris is spending a lot of time on this, of getting contracts taken care of, paperwork filed and filled out and sent back, and I guess on behalf of the DPO board, I will apologize for some of the upsets that we're having with ESD. I did receive word from the commissioner last night that ESD will no longer be taking care of our contracts as of a certain date.
It's looking like that.
It's looking like that. So hopefully in the long run, things will become a little more streamlined.
Well, you'll be able to have a direct line and yell at us instead.
Good.
So then you get to yell at me instead.
But
I don't know if I want to yell at you.
But it would all
I
be
know that.
in-house.
It's all in.
It would all be in-house minus the
delay of that
OFC review
communication.
that's always
Right.
in
Less of a
play.
delay.
Right. There should be less of a delay. But I guess I would ask on behalf of the board, if you do have questions or concerns, reach out to me, reach out to Chris. Chris is more than happy to answer questions. She told me yesterday, as far as the contracts, as far as the paperwork, any of that stuff, she is more than willing to help try to push things along, because I know she is.
I'm in contact with ESD every week, trying to push these contracts along. I mean, there's only so much I can do. I can't sit over their shoulders. I
Right.
can email them, I can call them, but I'm still working within their bureaucracy. So, I mean, we're doing the best we can to try to move everything along. A couple of you have gotten your contracts executed. There's probably 3 or 4 more that are almost to that point where they're executed. And then there's others that are still in the pipeline, and I'm trying to get answers every week. So if you're curious on where your status is, email me, call me. I don't care. I will do my best to get with ESD. Like I said, I'm with them, and I've been telling them that I want updates every week now. And I'm being a nag to them and kind of being a bug in their ear to keep these moving along.
And I think touching on what Larry was talking about, right now with regard to the market order, there is sunset language. When it was brought over to ESD, it was a sunset, wasn't a transfer back over. So there is an Article 7 language proposal in there now that is currently going through the review and approval. It looks like it does have support from all respective parties. But, you know, I'm never going to sign that down the line until everything's final. But we are hoping for good news in the very near future. And then we will kind of talk through what that's going to mean. But ultimately, the goal is, again, to bring back the market orders to the department. So we will kind of be able to retain that control, what it's going to look like on our end. You know, certainly working through that as well. But we are hoping for good news shortly.
And hopefully that gives us a little more control over the calendar too, right? Some of that stuff was because we had to get in
Right,
front of
that's right,
ESDs
the fall
for-
of the crunch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
that would be good.
So we'll
Well, we will be cognizant of the work it puts on Chris too,
Sure.
because I'm assuming
Yeah.
Chris is gonna end up with some work.
And
Elizabeth.
Liz.
Oh, yeah.
Both of us will be
I mean, council
Liz-
office,
in
there's a
Council's
lot.
office and our fiscal department.
It's interesting to think about, right? Like back
It
when it
is.
was here before, it was about 5 contracts. Now we're almost
Yeah,
threefold.
true.
So that's interesting to look at as
Yes.
well.
And I would say bear with us when we end up going through that transition, being that it's going to be something new to Elizabeth and I, because we were not here when the contracts were in-house. So it will be a new process and us trying to navigate that. So please be patient with us.
We always are.
But a host of opportunities.
It is, yeah.
So any other questions? Did I hit it all, Elizabeth?
Public comment.
Public comments. Anybody want to say anything? Anybody online? Quiet, quiet, quiet.
I'll say
Sarah?
something.
Yes, go ahead.
So you look back at my tenure on the board and what we do and how we do it and how important it is, and the things that, you know, the exposure I get to the dairy industry across the state, and exposure to some dedicated people at the department, and above all, though, it's the meeting and getting to know people and dairy farmers from around the state outside of my circle, and how satisfying that is. So certainly, Kim, Carl, and Sarah, you have been that. I want to thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
I
Jason.
would,
Appreciate it.
I would say yes. Carl, Kim, and Sarah, thank you once again for everything you've done for us, and good luck. Carl needs it the most.
And if you get bored, our meetings are subject to open meetings law, so you're welcome to call in
listen
and
in,
public
yeah.
comment
And
section.
we hope to heck, we can still get to the North Country at some point in time when there's no snow on the ground.
Yeah. Well, it's Orlando.
Yeah.
But I do want to thank the staff and the entire board, and appreciate all the time and effort you guys put into this, and the contractors, and I think we've come a long ways. I say that every time we get together, but I think we've come a long ways in the last 5-6 years.
Mhm.
So thank you. Safe travels home. Expense reports to Chris or Elizabeth. Elizabeth? and we'll go from there. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.